Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humankind, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important tasks in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to our charge, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Are there any notices of motions? No notices of motions. The clerk will read the first order of the day.
Adjourn debate on motion on the second reading of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment Number 3 Bill, HB 1A 2026.
When this debate was adjourned on 23rd June 2026, the question before the House was a motion by the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs that the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Number 3, Bill HB 1A 2026, be now read a second time. Is there any further debate? I'm following a list. All right. Senator Vumu. All right. Senator Vumu, please.
Thank you. Madam President of the Senate, a constitution is not merely a legal document. It is the political soul of the nation, the institutional expression of its collective aspirations, and the compass by which future generations navigate their destiny. It is from this perspective, Madam President, that I rise to support the Constitutional Amendment Bill Number 3. Madam President, constitutional reform should never be viewed through the narrow lens of political expedients. It must instead be assessed through the broader prism of national interest, institutional stability, and developmental imperatives. The fundamental question before us is not who benefits politically today, but whether the proposed amendments strengthen the capacity of the state to deliver prosperity, stability, and good governance for the people of Zimbabwe. Madam President, throughout history, nations have prospered not merely because they possessed abundant natural resources, but because they built stable and enduring institutions. Economic transformation, industrialization, infrastructure development, and social progress require continuity of policy and consistency of governance. Roads, dams, power stations, universities, and industries are not constructed within the lifespan of political slogans. They are built through the sustained commitment and institutional stability. Madam President, one of the realities confronting many African democracies is that elections often become highly polarizing events. Elections are frequently described as cutthroat competitions, where throats are actually cut. Political tensions rise, communities become divided, and valuable national energy is diverted from development towards political confrontation. Whilst elections remain indispensable to democracy, a nation cannot permanently remain in campaign mode and simultaneously expect maximum development outcomes. The amendments before us, Honorable Madam President, seek to create conditions for greater stability and continuity in governance. Stability should not be mistaken for the absence of democracy. On the contrary, stability provides the foundation upon which democracy, investment, economic growth, and social progress can flourish. Madam President, a healthy democracy requires both a capable government and a credible opposition. These are not adversaries in permanent political war. Rather, they are complementary pillars of the constitutional order. One governs, the other scrutinizes. One formulates policy, the other provides oversight. Together, they sustain democratic accountability and national stability. It must be acknowledged with the candor and deep clarity that in recent years, opposition politics has often been characterized by fragmentation, internal contestation, and at times strategic ambiguity regarding policy direction and long-term national alternatives. While political diversity is a feature of democracy, excessive fragmentation can weaken the institutional capacity of the opposition to effectively discharge its constitutional responsibility. However, Madam President, the strength of the opposition and the strength of governments are interconnected. A weak opposition does not strengthen democracy, just as a weak government does not strengthen the state. Effective governance requires effective scrutiny, and effective scrutiny requires well-organized, coherent, and institutionally mature political actors. Consequently, both the ruling party and the opposition require adequate political space and sufficient time to consolidate their structures, strengthen internal democratic processes, develop coherent policy positions, and prepare themselves for the meaningful engagement with the electorate. In many respects, Madam President, political institutions are like athletes preparing for a marathon rather than a sprint. They require sufficient room to train, to organize, and build endurance. Constant cycles of political contestation can deprive both government and opposition of the necessary institutional gymnasium within which to strengthen their organizational capacity and democratic effectiveness. Madam President, for a nation pursuing Vision 2030, institutional stability is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Strong institutions produce predictable governance. Predictable governance inspires confidence, and confidence attracts investment, innovation, and economic growth. Constitutions are living instruments. They must evolve in response to changing national circumstances, whilst preserving the fundamental values of constitutional democracy. The true measure of constitutional reform is whether it strengthens the state, enhances the governance, and advances the welfare of the people. Having carefully considered the provisions of the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, I am satisfied that it seeks to promote stability, strengthen institutions, and create a conducive environment for sustained national development. Accordingly, Madam President, I support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vumu. Senator Chief Makoni. Senator Chief Makoni. Okay.
Ndinotenda Madam President nekupawo maonero angu uye iri nhauro yangu yekutanga mu Parliament mu Senate House muno. Iri ne vanhu vekwamakoni neManicaland vakatituma kuno vari kusapota CAB3 wakati iwo dai anga ari ma-DNA test tingadai tiri kuti kunoku kwamakoni neManicaland tinoifavor iri 99.9%. Wachiti zvakare vanoifananidza amendment yeconstitution vanoifananidza nemwana akazvarwa 2013. Constitution yedu yakazvarwa 2013. Wachiti izvo kana mwana azvarwa, tombotora example yemwanasikana, anokura, achikura mai vanondoruka vachiisa tumabraids, vamwe vachiendesa kundoisa mazino esimbi kuti anyatsobuda zvakanaka, vamwe vachiruka-ruka vachipenda-penda tunzwara, vachiti ndo zvatinofarira kuti constitution yedu iitwe, nekuti tikati isusu ngaingoti pese patada kuchinja ngatiende kureferendum, izvozvi tingadai taane mareferendum matatu. Saka vari kuti iwo mareferendum akangofanana nema-elections. Saka tingadai tiri kuti isusu from 2013 kusvika izvizvi tingadai taane ma-elections 5. Saka wachiti aiwa basa iri takapa paparliamentarians nemi masenatorials kuti mutionere muchiti amendera sezvatinongoita mwanasikana kana achikura tinongomugadziridza kuti ange ari achiruka nice. Saka tinotenda na honorable Ziambi vari kuita basa rakanaka rakakura, Madam Chair, President. Uye tinofara zvikuru sa neamendment bill number 3. Ndatenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chief Makoni. We go to Honorable Senator Tisho.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. I also want to thank the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Ziambe for working very hard to bring this bill to this House, and especially for walking the extra mile in explaining in detail and in simplified language yesterday for the senators to really understand the bill. I also want to thank Senator Mavenyengwa, the chairperson of the Human Rights Committee, for presenting the joint report that also further expounded on the provisions of the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 of 2026. In my view, I think the process was open and transparent, and was subjected to all standards for checks and balances, and I also give it 99.99%. So, having said that, I also want to say that I want to appreciate ZANU-PF for also transcribing the CAB document into Braille, so that those that use Braille, like myself, were also able to read for themselves the contents of all the amendments that were contained therein. So kudos to ZANU-PF. Madam President, I will not go through all the clauses of the CAB3, as I have already indicated that persons with disabilities whom I represent support all the provisions, the entire bill. So I will just maybe want to talk about just maybe two things. One is on the issue of the electoral cycle, and to say that I support that the electoral cycle be extended from 5 years to 7 years, and also to say that I think to me 7 is a lucky number, in the sense that you get 7 days in a week, and you also have the issue of the dream in ancient Egypt of 7 years of good harvest and 7 years of famine. So I see Zimbabwe going to greater heights, with this lucky number, and going even beyond our vision 2030 to vision 2063, the Zimbabwe that we want within the African continent. So I think this is really a very good provision, and also to talk about the other provision on the election of the head of state by Parliament. When I went through the bill, as I said, I had the opportunity to read for myself. I saw that it's like when you buy a new vehicle, they will tell you, the dealer will tell you that maybe after 1,000 kilometers you must come back so that I can torque the vehicle for you. So I think since 2013 the vehicle has been running, and now taudawisa kugara chimono sunga mabaudo ese chigadzirisa chisachi zvinhu zvitsva kuti zvifambe zvakanaka. What am I saying? I'm simply saying the bill was done within the spirit and letter of the 2013 Constitution, and it is going to strengthen all the arms of state, in my view, and that with Parliament electing the head of state, I think that strengthens its mandate. as an institution. And the president is also another institution with the judiciary having, being the third arm of the state. So when I look at this provision, I think this really gives Parliament very good mandate and oversight, and I think I want to support this. And Madam President, I also wanted to say one word or two on the issue. I think is clause 8 on the appointment of 10 senators. I support this concept because it brings inclusivity to the governance systems, and also to say that we as persons with disabilities, we believe that since we constitute about 15%, all the MPs that have been coming, they've saying we've been sent by my people, sent by their people. It also includes the 15% of those that have disabilities. So we think that we will also be able to participate in the 10 and if possible get 1 or 2 seats. We've seen just in the in recent days the president appointing the Human Rights Commission, and we also benefited one person with a disability as a commissioner. So we are confident that we will not be left behind by this provision. And in any case, it is not the president that is appointing in this case, it's the institution, it's the president's office. So it's going to go through processes. Other people may think that it's a person that is going to simply pick 10 senators and say, No, there will be a process that, that institution will will go through, so that at least, Madam President, there are 10 senators that are appointed that will bring various competencies and attributes to the work of Parliament, including enhancing possibly the committee on standing rules and orders, and also maybe having people that can preside over the Senate thematic committees with using their professional and technical skills. I want to thank you, Madam President, and to say that we support CAB3 in all its clauses. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaw. I recognize Senator, Honorable Senator Mulli.
Thank you, Madam President, for affording me the opportunity to also add my voice to this important debate. I must admit it is also difficult to debate after Senator Shaw has debated. He tends to cover everything that there is to talk about. So it's okay. However, Madam President, let me hasten to say most of what I wanted to debate on has already been covered by previous speakers. So I will just go gaga on 2 or 3 provisions that I will be talking about. Madam President, I rise today as an opposition senator representing the people of Manicaland to contribute positively to the debate on the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 bill, commonly known as CAB3. Madam President.
Order, Honorable, please. I disturb. There is someone with a cell phone which is calling or what? Please. We don't allow those calls in the House, please. We want to concentrate on what we are doing. Can you please proceed, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, constitutional amendments are often viewed through the lens of political competition. But as legislators, we must rise above partisan considerations and examine whether proposed changes advance national stability, development, effective governance, and the interests of ordinary citizens. Our responsibility is not merely to oppose because we are in the opposition, but to support what we believe can strengthen our nation and improve the lives of our people. Coming from Manicaland, a province that has experienced both the blessings of abundant natural resources and the challenges of underdevelopment, I have seen firsthand how policy discontinuity and the frequent political transitions can slow development projects and delay the fulfillment of people's aspirations. It is from this perspective that I support key provisions contained in CAB3. Madam President, allow me to speak to the issue of lengthening presidential term from 5 to 7 years. This is one of the most significant proposals in this bill, and it seeks the extension of the presidential term from 5 years to 7. I support this provision because meaningful national development requires sufficient time for planning, implementation, monitoring, and the completion of major projects. 5 years often proves inadequate for governments to fully implement transformative programs before attention shifts once again to electoral processes. In provinces such as Manicaland, we have witnessed major infrastructure projects, road rehabilitation programs, irrigation schemes, dam construction initiatives, and industrial development projects whose implementation extends beyond 5 years electoral cycle. Governments often spend the first year settling into office and the final year preparing for elections, leaving only a narrow window for actual implementation. A 7-year term would allow greater policy consistency and long-term planning. It will enable government to focus more on development and less on perpetual electioneering. Madam President, elections are essential in many democracies, but they are also expensive undertakings. Resources devoted to frequent elections could instead be channeled towards hospitals, schools, roads, water infrastructure, and youth empowerment programs. As a representative of the people, we must ask ourselves, what matters most to our citizens? Is it frequent political contests or tangible improvements in their livelihoods? The people of Manicaland, Madam President, want roads that connect communities, functioning hospitals, reliable electricity, modern schools, and employment opportunities for their children. A long term of office can provide the stability necessary to achieve these objectives. Furthermore, international experience demonstrates that many successful nations have adopted longer political cycles to facilitate continuity in governance and development planning. Stability and predictability are often prerequisites for economic growth and investor confidence. Now, Madam President, allow me to speak to the issue of the President by Parliament. Madam President, another important provision under CAB3 is the proposal that the President be elected by Parliament. This proposal deserves careful consideration because it has the potential to strengthen accountability and national cohesion. Parliament is composed of representatives elected by citizens from every corner of Zimbabwe. Members of Parliament and senators collectively reflected the political diversity, regional interests, and aspirations of the nation. When Parliament elects a president, it creates a system in which the head of state derives legitimacy from representatives chosen by the people themselves. This can encourage consensus building, dialogue, and inclusive governance. Madam President, direct presidential elections often become highly polarizing contests that divide communities along political lines. We have witnessed periods where political tensions have strained social relations and distracted the nation from developmental priorities. Election of the president by parliament could reduce these tensions by encouraging political actors to negotiate, cooperate, and build broad-based support across party and regional lines. Such a system would also enhance accountability. A president elected by parliament remains closely connected to the institution representing the people and may be more responsive to parliament oversight and scrutiny. As legislators, we are entrusted by citizens to make critical national decisions on their behalf. Electing a president through parliament will be an extension of that representative mandate. Also, I would also want to speak to the issue of 10 senators by the appointment of 10 senators by the president. Madam President, I also support the proposal allowing the president to appoint 10 senators. The Senate is intended to be a house of wisdom, experience, reflection, and national balance. Not all individual who possesses valuable expertise can successfully contest elections. Some of the country's finest minds in law, economics, medicine, education, agriculture, science, disability advocates, and public administration may never participate directly in electoral politics. Presidential appointments provide an opportunity to bring such expertise into the legislative process. As a senator from Manicaland, I appreciate the importance of ensuring that Parliament benefits from specialized knowledge. Our nation faces complex challenges that require informed policy responses. Appointed senators can enrich debates, strengthen legislation, and contribute perspectives that might otherwise be absent. Furthermore, those appointments can promote inclusion by ensuring representation of groups that may be underrepresented in elective politics, including women, persons with disability, academics, and professionals. The key objective should not be the method of entry into parliament alone, but the quality of contribution made towards nation building. In conclusion, Madam President, history will judge us not by the political positions we occupy today, but by whether the decisions we make contribute to national progress. As an opposition senator, I believe it is possible to maintain one's political convictions while supporting reforms that have the potential to strengthen governance and accelerate development. For these reasons, I support the provision of CAB3 relating. With those few remarks, Madam President, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Mulli. I recognize Honorable Senator Iindi.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, CAB3. Before I speak or delve into the matter, let me first and foremost acknowledge and appreciate the work that has been done by Honorable Ziambi. You know, usually when given opportunity to speak, when almost everyone else has spoken everything would have been taken away from you. So I'm not going to speak a lot because I had a prepared speech which actually was looking at almost everything that has been said. And I wouldn't want to waste your time, Madam President, except perhaps I'll just speak a few words, particularly on gender, not to debate, but in appreciation of the understanding demonstrated by Honorable Ziambi, to have listened to the pleas, to have listened to all those who were saying Gender Commission should stay put. The aspect that I just want to share with honorable members is that it is that historical part of our nation looking at gender equality born right from the struggle. And that aspect which then brought us to bring it into our constitution, having realized that there has to be equality between men and women. During the struggle, there wasn't any role that was specifically assigned to men based on gender or to women based on gender. We were same gender. That was how it was during the struggle. And that equality is what led us as a nation, which had just been born, 1980, to say from that time, that historical aspect, the issue of men and women in terms of equality should be enshrined into our constitution. I'm very much appreciative of Honorable Ziambi to have listened to that, and as a result, the bill was amended for Gender Commission to stay. Having said that, Madam President, I'm in support of the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Iindi. I recognize Honorable Senator Enoska.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity. As I was looking at my list, I was not the one following, so I was not ready. I'm just owning my gadget now. Madam President, I rise today to debate the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, 2026. I do so fully aware, Madam President, that this debate cannot and should not be reduced to a simple question of yes or no. The bill is bigger than that. It is bigger than political parties represented in this House. It is bigger than the government of the day. It is bigger than opposition. It is bigger than individuals who occupy public office today. The bill will outlive all of us. Long after we have left these chambers, Madam President, long after today's political contests have faded into history, the constitutional choices we make today will continue to shape the Republic of Zimbabwe. That is why, Madam President, constitutional amendments demand a higher standard of scrutiny than just ordinary action. When we debate ordinary bills, we debate policy. When we debate constitutional amendments, we debate power itself. We debate who exercises power. We debate how power is acquired. We debate how power is restrained, and we debate how power is transferred. Most importantly, we debate how power is prevented from becoming greater than the Constitution itself. Madam President, Parliament's duty is not to make the work of the executive easy. We are here to hold the executive accountable. We are not extension of government, we are representatives of the people. The Constitution is therefore not a document designed for the convenience of those who governed. It is a document designed to protect those who are governed. That is why constitutional amendments must always be approached with caution, humility, and unwavering commitment to the national interest. The Constitution is sacred because it is a supreme expression of the will of the people of Zimbabwe. It must never become a tool for the convenience of the powerful. It must remain a shield for the ordinary citizens. Madam President, one of the most important provisions in our Constitution is Section 328. The framers of our Constitution understood that there may come a day when those in positions of authority would seek to alter constitutional terms of office. That is why Section 328 subsection 7 was included. It provides that where an amendment extends the length of time that a person may hold office, that extension must not benefit the incumbent office holder. That safeguard was deliberate. It was designed to ensure that constitutional amendments are made for the Republic, not for individuals. It was designed to protect constitutionalism itself. The principle behind the section is simple. No person should participate in altering constitutional rules that become immediate beneficiary of those alterations. The Constitution anticipated the temptation of power. It therefore created guardrails against temptation. As legislators, we should be strengthening those guardrails, not weakening them. Because once constitutional safeguard become negotiable, constitutional democracy itself becomes negotiable. The question before us is therefore not who occupies office today. The question is what precedents we establish for tomorrow. Every constitutional amendment creates precedents. Future governments will point to today's decision when justifying future constitutional changes. This is why we must think beyond the present political moment. This bill will outlive most of us. The constitutional choices we make today will govern people who have not voted yet, who have not been born yet, and who will one day inherit the republic we leave behind. Madam President, supporters of the aspects of this bill have argued that reducing election cycles, reducing electoral contestation, and extending terms will reduce public expenditure, reduce political toxicity, create sufficient time for government programs and development projects to be completed. Those are very serious arguments. Every Zimbabwean desires peace, desires stability, and desires development. But if those are the reasons being advanced for altering the constitution arrangements, then Parliament has a duty to ask an equally serious question. Where are the savings going to? If elections are expensive and constitutional changes are being justified partly on the basis of reducing those costs, then this House must be told exactly how much money will be saved. We must know how those figures were calculated, how much will be saved over a proposed period, which ministries will benefit, which projects will receive those resources, and how Parliament will monitor the utilization of those resources. The people of Zimbabwe have a right to know, Honorable President. The people do not experience constitutional amendment in theory. They experience government through roads, through clinics, through schools, and through water systems. They experience government through completed infrastructure projects. That is where constitutional promises must ultimately be measured. As we stand today, Madam President, many communities face serious infrastructure challenges. In Matabele and South, roads remain unfinished. Citizens continue to travel on roads that should have been completed years ago. Even some of the independence legacy projects that were announced with great national excitement remain incomplete. The roads associated with those projects have not been completed. The people continue to wait. Honorable President, these roads are not statistics to some of us. These roads are the roads we use every day. Those roads carry pregnant women to reach the clinics. They are roads that farmers use to take their produce to the markets. And that is why development cannot remain a slogan. Therefore, if government argues that constitutional changes will save money, create the conditions necessary for development, Parliament must insist that those savings be directed towards unfinished development projects. The people cannot drive on constitutional amendments. The people cannot transport their livestock and produce on constitutional amendments. They require roads, they require infrastructure, and they require completed projects. Most importantly, they require evidence that constitutional changes are improving their lives. If election savings form part of the justification of this bill, then Parliament should receive annual reports detailing the exact amount saved, where the resources are allocated, which projects benefited, and what measurable outcomes were achieved. That is not opposition politics, it is accountability, that is Parliament oversight. Otherwise, we risk amending the supreme law of the Republic based upon promises of savings that never measured, that never reported and never felt by the people we present. Madam President, one of the greatest weaknesses in our political system is the winner-takes-it-all nature of our elections. Every election becomes a battle of total control. Every election produces winners who take everything and losers who are excluded from meaningful participation. The result, therefore, is political polarization. The result is division. The result is political culture where compromise becomes impossible. I therefore respectfully submit, Madam President, that Zimbabwe should seriously consider moving towards a full proportional representation election cycle. A proportional representation system ensures that every vote counts. It allows broader representation. It accommodates diverse political opinions. It reduces the politics of exclusion. It lowers the stakes of election because political participation is no longer an all or nothing exercise. Madam President, if we're serious about reducing political toxicity, then electoral reforms deserve greater attention than constitutional alterations relating to terms of office. Madam President, the answer to political tension is not concentration of power. The answer is a broader participation, in power. A full proportional representation system would ensure that Parliament reflects the diversity of views that exist within our nation. No citizen should feel that their vote has been wasted. No region should feel permanently excluded. No political opinion should be rendered irrelevant simply because it did not win a particular constituency. That is how mature democracies build consensus. That is how nations strengthen legitimacy. Madam President, still debating on the issue of representation, I believe that this House must also reflect on the issue of senators appointed by the President. The Constitution currently permits the appointment of senators. However, if appointments are to remain part of our constitutional architecture, then those appointments should strengthen democratic representation rather than distort it. The spirit of proportional representation is what the composition of Parliament should, as far as possible, reflect the will expressed by voters. The result of the 2023 election produced a Senate in which the ruling party secured 33 seats, while its opposition secured 27 seats. Those numbers tell an important story. They demonstrate that millions of Zimbabweans voted for parties represented on both sides of the House. The electorate did not create a Senate that belongs to one political party alone. The electorate created a Senate that reflects political diversity. Therefore, if appointed senators are to remain, consideration should be given to ensure that those appointments broadly reflect the political balance expressed by the voters. In my respectful view, Madam President, appointments should not overwhelmingly benefit one political side. If the electoral outcome produces representation from both government and opposition, then any system of appointment should reflect that reality. Doing so will strengthen confidence in Parliament. Doing so will strengthen inclusivity. Doing so will strengthen national cohesion. Most importantly, it will reinforce the principle principle that every voter matters. If this bill seeks to reduce political tensions and strengthen national unity, then representation must also be seen to be fair. Madam President, democracy is strongest when institutions belong to everyone. It is weakest when institutions are perceived to belong to one side. I therefore submit that consideration to be given to allocating appointed Senate positions in a manner that broadly reflects the political balance expressed by the electorate in the 2023 election. Madam President, as we speak of this bill, I also want to speak of independent institutions that must remain independent. No democracy survives because leaders are good. Democracies survive because institutions are strong. Strong institutions protect citizens from abuse of power. Strong institutions protect governments from accusations of abuse. Strong institutions create legitimacy. I therefore approach with caution any proposal that may weaken the independence of constitutional bodies. Electoral institutions must enjoy public confidence. The delimitation process must enjoy public confidence. And voter registration systems must enjoy public confidence. The moment citizens begin to doubt the independence of institutions, democracy itself suffers. Zimbabwe should be strengthening independent institutions, not weakening them. We should be increasing transparency, not reducing it. We should be building trust, not creating suspicion. Madam President, one of the issues that has generated considerable debate in this bill is the proposal relating to voter registration and the role of the Registrar General. I fully appreciate the argument advanced by those who believe that the Registrar General possesses administrative infrastructure throughout the country and may therefore be capable of maintaining
Order. The honorable member is left with 5 minutes. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just about to finish. As I was saying, I fully appreciate the argument advanced by those who believe that the Registrar General possesses administrative infrastructure throughout the country and may therefore be capable of maintaining a comprehensive national registrar. Indeed, every Zimbabwean who reaches voting age should automatically be registered. As a matter of democratic principle, citizens should not be burdened with unnecessary administrative barriers when exercising a constitutional right. The right to vote is not a privilege, it is a constitutional right. On that principle, I have no difficulty with the objective of ensuring universal voter registration. My concern, however, is institutional accountability. Any institution entrusted with managing processes connected to the right to vote must enjoy the confidence of all Zimbabweans. Madam President, I will rush to my conclusion. As I conclude, Madam President, the debate cannot be reduced to support or opposition. It cannot be reduced to personalities. It cannot be reduced to political convenience. It must be reduced to one fundamental question. Will this amendment leave Zimbabwe with a stronger constitutional democracy than the one we inherited? That is the test, not whether it benefits today's office holders. Madam President, I thank you very much. I had to rush through my submission. let history record that when this Senate was called upon to consider constitutional change, it chose principle over convenience, that it chooses constitutionalism over expediency, that we choose accountability over secrecy, we choose transparency over suspicion, and we choose representation over exclusion, and that we choose institutions over individuals. Above all, that we choose Zimbabwe over politics. I so submit, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Mlochwa. I recognize Honorable Senator B. Tomo.
Madam President, before I proceed with my contributions, I wish to express my appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Minister Ziyambi, for bringing this Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 before this August House. I commend the Minister for introducing this important piece of legislation for providing Parliament with the opportunity to consider issues of national significance. Madam President, I rise to add my voice in full support of Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. In doing so, I wish to focus not merely on the political dimensions of this bill, but on the implications for constitutional development, governance, stability, economic transformation, the long-term aspirations of our nation. Madam President, constitutions are designed to provide order, stability, and a framework through which a nation can pursue to collective aspirations. However, no constitution can remain static in a dynamic society. As nations evolve, constitutional provisions are often reviewed and refined to ensure that they remain responsive to contemporary realities and development needs. Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 must therefore be viewed with the broader context of nation building and to pursuit of sustainable development. Madam President, there's a tendency in political discourse to view leadership solely through the lens of electoral cycles, yet economic transformation operates on a much longer timeline. Investors, development partners, and citizens often place greater confidence in the countries where policy direction remains predictable and where development programs are protected from unnecessary disruption. Stability is therefore not merely a political virtue, it is an economic asset. Madam President, under the Second Republic, Zimbabwe has witnessed an increased focus on infrastructure of the foundation of economic growth, the rehabilitation of roads, the construction of dams, the expansion of irrigation schemes, the modernization of airports, and investment in energy infrastructure are not isolated achievements. They form part of the broader strategy to unlock productivity, improve competitiveness, and create opportunities for future generations. Such a transformation requires consistency of purpose and continuity of implementations. Madam President, His Excellency President Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa assumed office at a time when Zimbabwe faced significant economic and development challenges. The Second Republic responded by placing infrastructure developments, investments, attraction, agriculture, productivity, and public sector modernization at the center of national policy. While challenges remain, it is undeniable that substantial groundwork has been laid for future growth and prosperity. Madam President, the philosophy of Nyika, Inovakwa, Nevenevayo has encouraged greater participation by citizens, local authorities, traditional leaders, business and communities in the national development agenda. This approach is reinforced the principle that development is collective responsibility rather than the duty of government alone, preserving momentum in this national vision, an important consideration before this House. Madam President, in conclusion, I fully support Constitutional Bill number 3. This is not a momentum for hesitation, but for confidence and foresight. The proposed amendment will provide the continuity needed to consolidate the gains of the Second Republic and completely key national development programs. I therefore urge this House to adopt the bill in the interest of stability, effective governance, and national progress. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Tomo. I now recognize Honorable Senator Chief Charira.
Tinotenda Madam President nokundipa mukana unoyu. Ndofunga ndiri umwe vanhu vokupedzisira saka ndototaura somunhu wokupedzisira. Zvokutanga ndinoda chokwadi kutenda mukana uno na Minister we Justice.
Point of order, Madam President. May he turn his mic on?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
it's on.
I was okay, thank you.
It's on. Thank you.
We hear you, Senator
It's on.
Chief.
But maybe Pulu, is it on for you?
Okay.
Okay. Ndandishiti atitende Minister we Justice. Ndomboenda kuchirungu. I saw him perform in the National Assembly. At least 50% of that time. He demonstrated capacity of the highest order. And I even sympathized with his late hours presentation. But for 2 weeks, so I think 4 weeks now, he has been leading this process, ensuring that the Parliament consumes and then makes its decisions. Atimboga Wichira. Well done, Minister of Justice. I stand here in my capacity, first as a senator, and secondly, a traditional leader, a chief, and in my capacity as deputy to my President Chief Kumalo seated across. So I carry a national mandate. And in our constituency, and in our province, in our constituency runs from corner to corner of this country. Tiba Wirina Chief Kumalo. We speak for the nation, not for the province. I come from Masingo, but the Masingo, Vanata, Vanyengo, Vakataura Kare, Vakamidira Masingo, Inda Kumidira Zimbabwe.
Order. I'm sorry, Senator Chief. Ndinokumbirawo kuti mushandise mutauro umwe.
All right. Tinotenda, and I'll do that for this. Yes. So, first of all, as I speak from a national seat, I want to say as a chief, first, we convened provincial assembly meetings. Provincial assembly means all chiefs in a particular province, in the 8 provinces that are rural. And all of them, all the provinces that we preside in as traditional leaders, all unanimously endorsed CAB3. In our case, not even one hand in all the provinces opposed, not even one. It was 100% in all the 8 provinces. And I carry that message this afternoon on behalf of traditional leaders. Madam President, madzimambo varidzi venyika vakaindosa zvisere. That's very important. I will then, as a senator, I participated in the outreach or the hearings, public hearings in Marsh West with Senator Matibili. I was in Marsh West. We went to the most of the remotest places in Marsh West, remote of remote. And in all those meetings, again, it was overwhelming support for CAB3. And Senator Matibili confirmed that when he spoke yesterday. Then at Parliament, as chiefs in Parliament, the 18 of us, we also convened a caucus, say leadership, my chiefs. And all of us agreed that in this chamber we are all going to support CAB3. You heard from the chiefs yesterday, and then today, they say, oh, apana imbo die, straight, supporting CAB3. Very pano. Because we all agreed in our caucus, when we present the shake we are very clear. And one of the famous quotations, since yesterday, a quotable quote, during this whole process, we enact this bill. Yakabakuna Chief Mutasa Suru. Wakati kana unoti 7 years zakaipa. Zakarebesa. Palopera 5 years. Singobuda winde kumba uoneka. That is a quotable quote. So, I stand here for endorsement of CAB3. Now, that you will allow me to say, near 5 years or 7 years, time, with longer terms. Madam President, we are also talking from practical experience. Most countries in the world today have realized that the 5 years has shunned. It's too short, it's true. You are aware of the Rwanda, one of the most peaceful countries on the continent, and they say, having come from genocide, Hutu Tutsi today, then they are the most peaceful and the cleanest on the continent. Yaka extend to 7 years. Tell me, President. Bakano 7 years. Madam President, when former President of Ghana, John Kufuor, when he delivered his farewell speech in the Parliament of Ghana, and you can Google and find that speech. President John Kufuor, former president, the farewell speech to Parliament, he said, after serving 2 terms, two terms, he said to Parliament, you know what? I now feel that I'm now fit to run this country after 2 terms. I had the man do it, but it was not possible for him. But he said, first term, no, I was trying to find my way as president. Second term, yes, I started gaining a bit of traction. Now that I'm going out, I feel more confident now that I know how to be a president, what it means. Apa wanu wauti kumba wapeta. Yole baonu wauti now engineer pisa ya yakuda kuti chimanya moto. So the issue of 4 or 5 years, everyone now agrees at it, but most countries are unable to move to 7 or to 6 or to 8 because they are not as organized as ourselves. Vano down, but avana popularity muno yakadasizisi. Avana such parliaments, very progressive. Saka zvinoram. So I just know that others will follow in the future. Dadelo gaindinde kunyaya ningi. Maximum. You will allow me as a chief. In the original bill, there was something about chiefs and politics. And it still remains relevant for me to refer to it. Although we celebrate it's been removed, but we need to comment. First of all, may I surprise you by saying you cannot separate chiefs from politics. It's not possible. Kwataka by history will tell you that. The first politicians, Mad Mambo, when colonizers arrived, we fought them, Kusnama political parties. We resisted colonial rule in all countries on the continent. Whether we go to Namibia, to Ghana, to Neron, sorry, and without a show of it. We have traditional leaders who were murdered, killed, executed because of their resistance to colonial rule. History, any history book will tell you that. So we cannot separate chiefs in politics. It's not possible. After all, this is what it's doing. Kana muchitamba politics, tofana kuwa musamwe tichiku control inokuza kuti musarasika chingeta nyika edu zvakaraka. So we can't be kicked out completely. But part of the issue which we need to know about chiefs and politics is that, and that's your takeaway home this afternoon, whilst we participate in politics, what type of politics? No, Pania. Issues we come in when the national interest is at stake or is in jeopardy. National interest, looking down. We descend from the palace to the political arena. That's why parent reform, you heard us, we have been the most active. Got to the Fredu, the first Chimurenga, second Chimurenga, you find Matimambano Guamu. But not to be chairpersons of political parties, or to be chairperson of a province. No, that's not what we are looking for. We are simply looking for a well-run country promoting the aspirations of our people. Then we come in. Calculate sanctions, we come in. Tapinda. No, not sanctions. No to sanctions. So such politics, yes. But and that Mugata also put homosexuality, Tamuka. No. Atitika Zakada. So ours are issues of national interest. And there you'll find us. But what we should not do is to contest for political office directly. So but I end up with Triple C. Not that with our president with Triple C are not for a chief. Can we win away political party? No, not for a chief. I think this also. Even the Guzan PF Magambo let's contest our president PF. I tell me I don't contest about Chawa. But we work with them on issues of national interest. I have treaties. Let me be also the president. No Sakamaka an MDC kuma 2000, 2002 and 1 because right now trend reform back. You still have no ways.
Order. The Honorable Senator Chief Charira, try to stick to one language so that the interpreters and the stenographers will not be inundated with switching from one language to the other.
Thank you. I'll stick to English. But you know, sometimes habits, sometimes you feel Shona expression is stronger So, but they don't want to do that. Mr. President, I'm just emphasizing the issue of the role of chiefs in politics or traditional leaders, that we do not seek political office. We participate in politics, but we do not seek political office. But we go there to make sure the country is well governed. And that's why if we were to rewrite Section 281 in the current constitution ourselves, if we include chiefs in politics, we would say chiefs should not participate in active politics. That's the correct, proper language to use. They should not participate in politics. It's too strong, and it's not realistic. What is realistic is to say they should not participate in active politics. Now, active politics means political parties. I see it. But in government, no problem. You are aware that the ANC party in South Africa, and some of the first leaders of it was the Chief Turi, was the leader of that party, ANC. And if you read the literature, he says the only reason he decided to run, to lead the party, was to fight the racism in South Africa.
Order. Honorable Senator Chief, you've got 5 minutes left.
Let me find out how I can move. Thank you. But maybe lastly on politics is, even in the UK, for example, if a political party wins the elections, you cannot, or the party that has won elections cannot form a government without first going to the Queen to seek permission to form a government. And then the Queen says, I grant you permission. And I watched on TV when David Cameron, former Prime Minister, won elections. He went to the palace, came back and addressed a press conference and said, following our victory as a party, the Queen has granted us permission to form a government. So I got the Queen opinion on politics, no. Let me move and say, to strengthen this bill, we are making these proposals, which we've shared with the Minister, of course, that the bill under Section 285 should be strengthened and be clear that the Provincial Assembly should be chaired by a provincial chairman of chiefs of that province, and that their term of office should run concurrently with that of the National Council of Chiefs. So we are proposing that. Under the Delimitation Commission, we are members. The Chiefs Council will nominate one person. But the only aspect which we would want amended is where you say this chief should have knowledge in delimitation. Being a chief and having knowledge in delimitation, I think may not be easy. So let the person be just a chief. Then that in the RDCs, chiefs should not be, just a road council, should not be ex-official members. That is demeaning. Sorry for that. Please, the chief is the owner of that land which we call under RDC, and he cannot be an ex-official when others, the youth, women, and others are full members. I think let's correct that. And of course, we support the idea that in the councils RDCs, we need to have also, people with disabilities. Gender Commission, total support as chiefs. We have all supported the women, and we will support you as women so that you are everywhere. Let me close and say, Mr. President, I'm humbled. Allow me to finish this very important statement. I'm humbled since yesterday in this chamber, the convergence of views. A bit of divergence is allowed and is good and healthy for debate. No problem, but if you look at the majority, the overwhelming majority of supporting CAB3, I want to say congratulations to the chiefs for your 100% support. Vatingati toddler brotherhood and sisterhood opposition led by Senator Chavangu here. You've done well, Chavangu. He has done very well. He has done very well. Don't mind, I don't agree. You see, health is part of debate. It's not health for all of us. In the parliament. Parliament, so congratulations. ZANU-PF, congratulations. So, then by now, as we go to committee stage and voting, at the acrimony, this is a mature upper house. National Assembly, they say, then what's the value of this house? That there is less acrimony in this house. We are more experienced, more wisdom in this house. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for my movement to different languages, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Chief Charira. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chavangu. You are yielding the floor to Senator Pulu.
Sorry, Mr. President. I think the list has an error. The Chief Whip is approaching.
The Honorable Senator Pulu.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. I think I will pick up the debate where Senator Chief Charira left it off, because as we move towards the end of the debate, I would also like to applaud the manner in which members of the opposition have debated, and the fact that our leadership, the whips, and our leader, the leader of Senate, and the leader of the opposition, allowed each and every MP to debate according to their conscience. So we didn't walk a rigid party line. I think that shows magnanimity. It shows understanding on the part of the leader. And yet, we think that at the end of the day, our position is going to be one which tends to carry the debate and carry the bill. And so we managed to adeptly maneuver all those political vicissitudes. Mr. President, as I rise to interrogate this bill, many of the issues have been attended to in the National Assembly. And the consequence is that what is presented before us is a more polished and streamlined version of the bill which was published initially in the Gazette and taken to the people on public consultations. this demonstrates that the views of the people, as well as those of the people's representatives, have been taken on board by the minister to a large extent. And this is something that we applaud. Many sections have been removed and the people's views have been accommodated. I think this is a huge step forward. This House, however, Mr. President, does not exist as a formality, but must exercise its solemn duty to still interrogate these important issues presented to the nation at this, what I would describe as a momentous time in our history. In his speech, the minister did demonstrate how this is a momentous time in our history, showing the extent to which this clause is being debated. Mr. President, let me at the onset invite the Honorable Minister to consider a matter that relates to clause 23. Initially, clause 21, which repeals part 6 of chapter 12 of the Constitution, dealing with the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. I know we will get into detail with that in the committee stage. I propose that there is a technical or consequent amendment which is needed to clean up in the committee stage to ensure that over and above repealing part 6, there is need to delete all references, therefore, to the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission in the rest of the text of the Constitution, e.g. section 232, paragraph E. I think it's just, it's a technical issue. Just to demonstrate that Senate can also see things. Secondly, the NPRC is an institution that served an important purpose. Yes, it has come to its sunset. It must be removed to clean up. We cannot continue to carry text referring to an institution that has seen its sunset and has lapsed. But it served an important purpose. At one time we accepted that it serves an important purpose. We cannot, therefore, Mr. President, just drop those sections without examining how we can hedge against creating a dangerous vacuum where this commission stood as a vanguard. The most important function that the commission has, or had, was in section 252 was paragraph A, which was to ensure post-conflict justice, healing, and reconciliation. And when you look at Vision 2030, you know, the theme is reconciliation. This government's thrust is reconciliation. I don't think this section, that function of that commission, is inimic to the ideals and objectives of this government. We submit that this should be retained, Mr. President, and there is no way as a serious nation that we can jettison such an important function which fits into the vision that the minister spoke to in terms of building and developing this nation. I therefore will propose in committee, Mr. President, that this function should simply be added to the functions of the Zimbabwe. One line, add to their functions. Should there arise any necessity in the future, you will have an institution that can broadly deal with that. You can then legislate to beef it up if you want to add and subtract and to give it structure. But we believe this proposal by the Senate will save you when history looks at you to say, did you think we could just throw away that kind of provision and not retain an iota from it which is meaningful to our society? This is going to be my proposal. If this clause is accepted, Mr. President, this would really motivate me and animate me to support this bill, in spite of other inadequacies that have been pointed out by the expansive debate, whether in the National Assembly or in public discourse. Because we would have won something, we would have gotten something meaningful. Another quick cleaning up issue which we will raise in committee is section 239, which we propose well, should be cleaned up to reflect that ZEC no longer conducts the election of the president, but supervises it. However, would like to hear what the minister's views are on this matter, but I'm merely highlighting that it has exercised my mind. I'm sure that he will have a response to it. Clause 14A, and these are other quick ones. I'll raise them. The reference to the President of the Supreme Court, when in other parts of the text it's Judge President of the Supreme Court. I think again it's a cleaning up issue. We'll go into detail with it. Let me hone in on the clause that also motivates and animates me. In particular, clause 3. This is the contentious one, which reintroduces the election of the president through transforming the parliament into an electoral college. In so doing, I wish to address that what I consider to be a central constitutional question before us. What kind of democracy do we seek to build in Zimbabwe? For many people, democracy begins and ends with voting. It is often assumed that the more direct the vote, the more democratic the outcome. And you know, I'm going to be criticized for this debate for my views on this. But as you criticize me, Zimbabweans, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I want to be criticized on the merits of what I'm saying. It is often assumed that the more direct the vote, the more democratic the outcome. Yet constitutional design is simply not that simple, Mr. President. The real question is whether our institutions promote inclusion or exclusion. So I have a totally different way from you of looking at this question. Consensus or domination, national cohesion or permanent division. Clause 3 requires us to precisely confront these questions. I'll go a bit into our constitutional history, Mr. President. It is important that we approach this debate with historical honesty. Many Zimbabweans have come to assume that the direct election of an executive president is the only democratic model available to us. That assumption is historically inaccurate. The minister flagged it. At independence in 1980, Zimbabwe adopted a parliamentary system under the Lancaster House Constitution. Executive authority was vested in the Prime Minister. The President occupied a large ceremonial office and was elected indirectly, as was the Prime Minister himself. The philosophy underlying that arrangement, that Parliament, representing the diverse political voices of the nation, served as the forum through which national leadership emerged. The executive president that many now regard as normal did not exist at independence. It was introduced through Constitutional Amendment number 7 of 1987, following a political settlement, the Unity Accord, and thereafter Zimbabwe held its first direct presidential election under the executive president only in 1990. And let me note that, or maybe let me leave that one, I'll get it at the end. I don't want to say something political. Clause 3 is therefore not some radical constitutional experiment, Mr. President. It revives a constitutional tradition that formed part of Zimbabwe's original constitutional design. Madam President, I support Clause 3 because it addresses one of the greatest weaknesses in our current constitutional arrangement. We have always said so. It's just that in the opposition there are many voices, and there are some voices which are ignored merely because they're not saying what the rest of everybody wants them to say. But it's time these voices came to the fore, and right now this is the opportunity. The current system is built upon majoritarian assumptions. Whoever secures the largest number of votes governs. Whoever belongs to the majority wins. Whoever does not belong to the majority loses. But constitutional democracy was never intended to be a dictatorship of numbers, Mr. President. One of the greatest mistakes in our political discourse is the assumption that democracy and majoritarianism are identical concepts. They are not. Majoritarianism is one method of making decisions. Democracy is something much richer, Mr. President. It concerns participation, representation, inclusion, accountability and the protection of minority votes. Under the present system, smaller parties are routinely treated as though they do not matter. Their supporters are told their votes are wasted. Their ideas are dismissed because they lack numerical dominance, and their participation is tolerated but rarely regarded as consequential. In every election cycle, citizens are effectively told that political relevance belongs only to the largest formations. This is not healthy multi-party democracy. This is a constitutional culture that marginalizes diversity of political opinions. If you want to crucify me for these beliefs, crucify me. But examine what I'm saying. And I challenge you to test where I'm weak and where I am wrong. Why Clause 3 strengthens multi-party democracy? Madam President, it seeks to correct this imbalance that I speak of. It does so by ensuring that leadership emerges through engagement, persuasion, and consensus building among representatives elected by the people. Under this model, every parliamentary seat matters, every political formation matters, every elected representative matters. Even political parties with modest representation become relevant because their support may prove decisive in the formation of a governing consensus. Candidates seeking presidency must persuade everyone. I'll cut because time is moving. There are other things that we have talked about Clause 3. Zimbabwe is a homogeneous society. And I think I've already made the point on consensus. I want to skip everything about Clause 3 and go further, Madam President. I respectfully wish to submit that the constitutional conversation be
Order.
Yes, Mr. President.
I know, Honorable Pulu, I know you want to say quite a lot, but it's 3 times now you have called me Madam President. I am not a madam. Please have mercy on me.
Mr. President, I apologize for that. It's just that I'm trying to skip large portions because I'm looking at time. I apologize. But further, Mr. President, if I may go a step further, I wish to respectfully submit that the constitutional conversation before us ought not to end with Clause 3. I just want to add something. Indeed, if the concern that motivates this amendment is the creation of a more inclusive and representative participatory democracy, we must eventually confront the limitations of the first-past-the-post system itself. One day we will get there. So I'm merely putting a point that it's logical that we must go there. I've talked about the missed opportunity on national healing, and I won't go back to that, but I hope we will cover that when we get to the committee. To mention in one line, to commend the decisions of the National Assembly on the Gender Commission, Mr. President, and on the independence of our traditional leaders. I want to talk about Clause 4. I wish to briefly say that Clause 4, which proposes extending the term of office from 1 to 7 years, is another one which should be looked through the lens of development and constitutional experience rather than political rhetoric. My friend has already traveled that route, but certainly I wanted to say such a move cannot honestly be described as unprecedented or inherently undemocratic. Let us examine whether in this case it is so. I am coming to my conclusion, Mr. President.
Order. You have got 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. President. The future of Zimbabwe, in conclusion, cannot be built upon permanent political exclusion. It cannot be built upon constitutional arrangements that tell some citizens that their voices are too small to matter. It cannot be built on a winner-take-all philosophy that transforms political competition into a struggle for domination. The future must be built on dialogue, consensus, accommodation, genuine multi-party democracy, and this is what these clauses offer, and hence this is what this bill offers. It reminds us that democracy is not simply a rule of the majority. It is the inclusion of minorities and the counting of votes, the recognition, as I said, that everyone matters. For these reasons, Mr. President, I support this bill, subject to a few reservations, which I hope will be clarified in committee. I commend the retention of the Gender Commission, independence of our traditional leaders, and urge this House to strengthen this bill through the inclusion of a more robust framework for national hearing, as we requested. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Pulu. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chavangu.
Mr. President, honorable members, fellow citizens, I know they are watching and listening. Mr. President, I rise today merely to debate the text before us. But the spirit of a moment that changed our nation forever. When Father Zimbabwe, the late Dr. Joshua Nkomo, signed the Unity Accord with the late President Robert Mugabe on 22 December 1987, he told Zimbabweans something profound. Do not look at the content of the agreement, but at the spirit behind it. Mr. President, I rise today in that very spirit because there is more to the nation building than power, governance, than political score settling. There is more to this parliament than winning today's argument. The spirit of the Unity Accord was not about clauses. It was about healing. It was about choosing the future of Zimbabwe over the grievances of the past. It was about two leaders deciding that the best interest of the people must rise above personal and partisan interest. Mr. President, if we apply that same spirit of Constitutional Amendment number 3, then we will see for what is truly is an opportunity to strengthen our institutions, to give effective and to ensure that governance serves every Zimbabwean, not just those in power today. Let us not be trapped by the letter or lose the spirit. Let us be guided by what Joshua Nkomo called us. Put country first, put unity first, and put the future first. I therefore move that this House considers CAB3 not through the narrow lens of politics, but through a broad, generous lens of nationhood that Joshua Nkomo gave us. This amendment after elections, Parliament elects the President among MPs. Sorry. This bill has been tested in public, debated in communities, shaped by the people. Now it is here. Our duty is not peacocking. Our duty is national interest, to be frank, open, and brave. Mr. President, we supported the spirit of this bill. We rejected empty politics. We engaged our counterparts, ZANU-PF, and won changes. Lost others. Several bad clauses were dropped. That is political maturity. That is democracy growing. This amendment says, after elections, Parliament of Zimbabwe will elect the President among MPs. The term limits, qualifications, tenure remain logged. This is not foreign. South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius use the same template. The SADC, most stable democracies. Mr. President, we cannot speak of deliberation without respect in this House is many of its illustrious sons and daughters, including you, Mr. President. Under your presence, Mr. President, we must honor ZIPRA, ZANLA forces that brought us together as one great nation, Zimbabwe, which I value so deeply. I have no other home other than this country. Our comrades did not die for one-man presidency. They fought for Umntwana womhlabathi, mwana wevu. Every child of the soil must have equal stake. This clause honors that. This moves us from ethnic census to national consensus. Parliament electing the president is the Mandela model. A minority son from the Xhosa chosen to lead a majority nation. Examples are not theory, they are fact. South Africa, Mandela was a Xhosa, a minority. Parliament chose him. In Botswana, President Masisi is a Kalanga, a minority, but Parliament chose him. In Rwanda, post-genocide consensus ensured minority voices govern at the top. And I must emphasize that in Rwanda, there are no Tutsis, there are no Hutsis, they are Rwandans. It's there in their template policy as a government. Under this system, Zimbabwe can produce a Tonga. Under this system, Zimbabwe can produce a Kalanga. Under this system, Zimbabwe can produce a Venda to become the president of Republic of Zimbabwe. Not by numbers, but by merit and national agreement, and that is the unity the struggle demanded. Accountability, Mr. President. A president elected by Parliament answers daily to Parliament. MPs can remove a failing leader without waiting for 7 years. Our current Section 97 impeachment is too rigid. A president who answers to Parliament daily is better than a president who only answers every 5 years. Botswana and Mauritius are the examples, and because of that, they check constantly. There is a power check and power balance. Again, Mr. President, it unites the fiscal prudence. Direct presidential elections divide us by tribe, by draining money. They turn votes into a census. A parliamentary election forces parties to talk, build coalitions before power. We have an estimated of 40% of election cost. That money must go to clinics, schools, build bridges, roads, libraries, hospitals, and as anchored by NDS 2. Healing. I want to bring what Advocate Pulu pointed out with passion. Madam President, Mr. President, this bill does not seek to extend the NPRC term. I agree totally. But, Mr. President, healing must be written into law by Act of Parliament. Truth, justice, rebellions, compensation cannot wait. If we say nyika inowakwa never nayo, we must face our history. Parliament must pass an act of law in 12 months to continue the work of NPRC and deal decisively with Kukura Wondi 1983 to 1987. Mr. President, this is at the core of my heart. Grievances cannot expire. The people of Matabeleland, to date, they are still yawning. They are still in despair. And this gives us the window. This is what motivates me to support this bill. It is this clause. Yes, I have engaged the minister. Yes, I have engaged members of ZANU-PF in the highest authority. We may not agree that this should be put in a constitution for reasons that we may understand, but we cannot afford today that this fails to go through an act of parliament. I put the minister to commit himself that today, when he answers, that he is going to put into the act of parliament so that we bring closure, so that this gives the president of Zimbabwe his legacy. It must be speak to his legacy that once upon a time he created this path such that the people of Matabeleland can still believe that they belong into Zimbabwe. As long as this is not done, we are foreign in our own land. So I speak not for myself, I speak not for the Parliament of Zimbabwe, but I speak all those who are in diaspora will agree, and Zimbabweans who have got genuine sense of belonging, genuine sense of ownership that they are Zimbabweans. They should not forget that there was a genocide in 1983 to 1987, and we are still yawning behind, and we want to be like you, Rwanda, Mr. President. I hope those who are in the position of authority, they are listening and they are hearing. We are available for further engagements. Mr. President, devolution, binding devolution, 15% minimum of national revenue collected by government must be transferred to the provinces, districts every year, not as the treasury may determine, not when there is money. 15% by law, formula by deadline. Provinces must plan their own budgets. Harare must not decide if Matabeleland builds a clinic or Mashonaland builds a road, the people of each province know they are paying best. Devolution Act, Fund Act within 12 months. Parliament must pass a law that locks the formula population plus poverty levels plus infrastructure gaps, no more political discretion. Time frame. First transfer in the 2027 budget. Full compliance by 2029. By 2030, every province must show clinics built, must show boreholes drilled, must show roads tired with money they controlled. Mr. President, 7 years is too long for one city to rule 10 provinces. If President gets extra 2 years, then Bulawayo, Maswingo, Mutare get 2 extra powers. Devolution is separatism, devolution is development. It is umntwana omhlabathi, the child of the soil, controlling the soil. Without it, 7 years becomes a 7 years of central control. With it, 7 years becomes 7 years of local results. Mr. President, this is not our first chance to have a progressive constitution. And I call upon those who will speak of a referendum.
Order. Honorable member, you have got 5 minutes left.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I want to finish my speech if this House allows me to do so. If they allow me to finish my speech, I want to finish my speech. I request, Mr. President, to be given unlimited time and finish my speech. In February 2000, those who are talking about referendum, I want to remind them, in February 2000, we said no to term limits and age limits. That no vote cost us the change in 2010. Let us not say no to progress in 2016. The draft of 2000, Madam President, it had Mr. President, the draft of 2000 had term limits, age limit of 70 years. No president above 70 could run. If Zimbabwe had voted yes, former President Robert Gabriel Mugabe would not have contested in 2010. He was 86. The same age limit will even have applied today to the current president. We lost generational change. So I'm speaking to those who want a referendum. That referendum, you don't look at what the bill provides. You will look and you will vote according to a populist approach. But look at where we are today because of the referendum that we lost in 2000. History cannot repeat itself. This is why we are here in support of this bill. Executive accountability. President, in 2000 bill, he was even in office. He could be sued. It guaranteed us a devolution, but we lost devolution. That we're still talking about it today. Land compensation, no Caesar without payment. Independent commissions appointed by Parliament, the majority of them were supposed to be appointed by Parliament so that there is a balance and check balance. But we lost that in 2000. You want us today and calling us today to wash away these gains that are in this CAB3. And we say no to that. I support the President appointment of the senators after consultation with political parties in Parliament. I don't agree that the Parliament President must appoint the senators in consultation with Parliament. I want the President to appoint members of Senate in consultation with parties in Parliament. This is a progressive. We already allowed the President to appoint the judges. The judges were appointed by the President in consultation with Judiciary Services Commission. Why are we reducing the President to that level now to say President appoint the senators in consultation with Parliament? Yet he appoints all these judges himself without any consultation. So there's no Parliament minister. He must consult the parties in Parliament. Mr. President, 7 years without daily accountability is a recipe for abuse. That is why CAB3 must strengthen the institutions which we see. And Mr. President, the liberation struggle did not fight for a king, it fought for a servant. Botswana, Mauritius are stable because their presidents answer to Parliament.
Order. Honorable member, your time is up.
Can I conclude?
I said your time is up.
Mr. President, I move that the honorable member be given more time.
No, it's 5 minutes. You should move that he be given, his time be extended by 5 minutes.
I move that the honorable member's time be extended by 5 minutes, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Honorable member, you may carry on for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point number 6, Mr. Minister, through the President of Senate, voter registration. We seek a automatic voter registration, voters roll and registers. The principal ZEC and Register General must maintain continuous automatic voter registration system linked to the National Population Register. No citizen should apply twice to be counted, once for an ID, again to vote. Registration at birth and ID insurance. When a birth certificate and national ID number are issued, the Register General must capture biographic, biometric data. At age of 18, every citizen is automatically transferred to the voters roll without further application. Citizens who get ID at 16 are provisionally captured at 18. RG transmits data in real time to ZEC. ZEC complies, audits, and publishes the roll electronically and in print 90 days before any election. Every Zimbabwean must verify free by SMS like what South Africa does. The best practice is South Africa auto-loads from Home Affairs at 16 and there's an SMS. Botswana does the same. Gaps, exclusion of youth, rural voters, duplication, work, manipulation of manual rolls, late publication, zero accountability. This is the last one, Mr. President, that I want to raise. We want to return to the GNU in 2008. Mr. President, just allow me, we are serious about reducing of the toxicity and cost of national elections. When we must deal with the midterm by-elections, these by-elections have become a flashpoint of violence, division, waste of public funds. This is not new. We did this before, and it worked during the global political agreement of 2008. ZANU-PF, MDCT, MDCN agreed no by-elections during the transitional period. Amendment number 19 suspended them. When a seat became vacant, the political party that won the original nominated a replacement. From an independent seat, the runner-up took it up. Results, parliament balance was preserved, millions were saved, and national toxicity dropped, governance continued. That same spirit must guide Bill number 3, insert transitional schedule that says when a vacancy occurs, the party that held the same nominees replace the same candidate. No election, no division. For independence, the second place candidate from the last election steps in. ZEC gazettes it within 21 days. Mr. President, if we can register a child at birth, we can respect the voter's choice until the next election. This clause is fiscally prudence, it is stability, it is respect for the mandate already given. It strips away toxicity, electioneering, so we can focus on clinic schools, jobs, Vision 2030. The GPA of 2008 proved it worked. Let us abandon wisdom that brought peace when we needed it most. Mr. President, this amendment does not take power from the people, it places power in Parliament. The voice of the people expands, yes, I'm winding up, access the presidents. It dispenses executive power. It prioritizes unity over division. It extends healing of Kukura Hondi. It corrects the mistakes of 2000. It guarantees every Zimbabwe registers to vote without begging to be counted. It returns power to the provinces. It puts president under daily watch. It ends the toxicity cycle of mid-term by-elections. For a nation wounded by winner-takes-all politics, this is a bridge of presidents that belong to Zimbabweans, to elections where Zimbabweans are counted, the provinces that control their destiny, to govern without constant campaigning, a president who forms government of national consensus. That is the promise of the liberation strategy fulfilled. I urge this House to support amendment number 3 with automatic voter registration, binding devolution, parliamentary oversight, and transitional vacancy reforms, including history, will absolve us. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Chavangu, you must learn to control your emotions. You must learn to control your emotions. Because if I become emotional also, we will not end up...
I know the consequences. I know the consequences. I'm indebted.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Chavangu. I recognize Honorable Senator Gotora.
Mazita, Mr. President, regerai nditange nekutambira warning ya mapa yekuva emotional. Saka kuti ndiregere kuva emotional zviri better nitaure nishona. Chirungu chinounza emotion. Saka regai nitaure nishona mbichana. Chekutanga chiripo ndechekuti regai nditende timu yakagadzira CAB3 vachitungamirirwa na Minister Ziyambi vari muno. Ndoziva kuti vanga vasingaite vega, vanga vane vamwe vavaishanda navo. Saka ndoda kuti ndivatende nekuunza bhiri iri semadraftiro avakariita. Ndine pepa rakati kurei, Mr. President, but nemhaka yekuti ndiri kutya kuripita zvataurwa nevamwe uye zviri mastanding rules clause 111 yokuti munogona kunditi chimira, regerai ndiri reduce kuenda half a page. 21 pages ndogona kudzisvina kuti dziende half a page. Chekutanga ndoda kuti nditi vanhu vakadebata mu House of Assembly vari more than 200 vakataura zvese zvatingade kudzokorera munomu, and kana dai tikataura two other days hazvina zvazvinganyanye kuedhera kubhiri racho. Saka regerai ndi avoid zvinhu zvakataurwa mu House of Assembly nezvataurwa muno regai ndizvinzvenge, regai ndimhanye paclause 2. Clause 2 iri kutaura nenyaya yekusarudzwa kwapresident neparliament. Ndinoitsigira zvakakwana. Ndakamboenda kudare remumwe mambo aitonga vanhu vairambana. Akabvunzwa kuti wakabvisa pfuma here iwewe? Uda kuramba mukadzi? Zvikanzi handina, zvikanzi saka uda kuramba mukadzi ausina kuroora. Ndiri kuedza kuti kudipa napo. Constitution iri kutibvumidza kubvisa president pachigaro watisina kusarudza isusu tiri muno. And yet president inhengo yedare rino. Saka ndiri kutsigira zviri paclause 2. Clause 3 iri kutaura nenyaya yekuwedzera makore mairi paupenyu hwekanzuru, upenyu hwedare rino reparamendi neupenyu hwechigaro chapresident. Inini kwandiri ndiri kuti zvanga zvatononoka, ngekuti patakamborijusa prime minister's term from 6 to 5 taifunga kuti takagona, asi ndikutoona kuti takanga takakanganisa ipapo. Saka ndinoda kuti zvifambe sezvazviri. Clause 6 ndiri kujamba mamwe maclause because ndinoda kuti tikasike kupedza. Clause 6 iri kutaura nenyaya yekwapoindwa kwemamwe maseneta 10 kuti vauye munomu. Ina handifunge kuti president vangaite chindini chekusarudza vazukuru vavo 10. Ndinofunga kuti president vachasarudza vanhu vachitarisa zvakaita nyika yavo, kuitira kuti nyika yavo itongeke zvakanaka. Saka ndosapota ipapo kuti president vasarudze maseneta 10. Clause 7 iri kutaura nenyaya yandambotaura pamusoro yemakore achasarudzwa maelection andataura. Ndinoisapota semanyorerwa yakaitwa mubill. Clause 8 iri kutaura clause 9 iri kutaura nenyaya yedelimitation. Inini ndiri mudhara, ndakamboona delimitation ichiitwa naNasandura. Vakanga vasingati vanhu endai munovhotera kuseri kwegomo, kana kuti vanhu endai munovhotera kumhiri kwamazoi rwizi rwakazara. Asi ndo zvanga zvaakuitwa nezeki. Zeki yanga yakutora munhu ari kunyagande kuti enda wanovhotera kwakatiyo, asi pane gomo pakatapa, vanenge vachiti vanhu vacho vanoenda nei. Saka zvedelimitation commission ndikunazozvitsigira because zvazvaiitwa naNasandura zvaikonzauta madzishe, zvaikonzauta even machechi kuti nyika ino yakamira sei, ngatiitei zvinoita kuti varerukirwe nekuenda kunovhota vari padhuze zvakanaka. Saka ndinoitsigira yedelimitation commission. Clause 12 zvekwaregistrar kuti zeki ichirega kuita kuregister mavoters avedwei. Ini ndakaenda kunoregister maelection musi umwe chete naadzimai vangu, asi pakazobuda voters roll adzimai vangu vakabuda zita ravo riri 20 kilometers away kubva kune kwataifanira kuvhotera. Why? It's because vanhu vaingotorwa kuti registai vanhu vasina information yakakwana. Saka apa tiri kuti vanhu vaakuregister mavoters vanhu vakagara vakachengetedza marecords evanhu vanofanira kuti varegistiwe panzvimbo yakakodzera, because kwaregistrar general kune maadresi evanhu kuti munhu anobva kwasabhuku nhingi kwamambo nhingi haazoendeswa kumwe. Ende munhu kana wangotora chitupa unobva wapiwa nhamba dzako, sorry, birth certificate, unobva wangopiwa nhamba dzako pakare ipapo. Dai ranga riri debate rataita kudhara tiri kuchikoro ndaedza kupindura zvimwe zvakataurwa kuHouse of Assembly nezvimwe zvataurwa muno, asi muno mamusi medebate iroro. Saka ndoda kunditi amendment yeconstitution number 3 bill iri kunatsoburitsa pachena kuti tiri kuda kusandura nyika yedu kuti ifambe zviri maringe nechinangwa chedu, ngekuti constitution haisi simbi. Constitution is a fluid document inofambirana nenguva, mazuva munenge muchirarama nezvinenge zvichiitika mazuva iwayo. Saka ndoda kuti tizvibate izvozvo. Toenda zvakare pabhili riri kutaura nyaya yekuti kana takuda kuchinja mutemo, hatisi kuchinjira for today, tiri kuchinjira kusvika hamheno mangwana yatinoti muchirungu for posterity, because vamwe vanhu vangafunge kuti tiri kuchinjira isusu tiri muno. Tiri kuchinjira for posterity kwazvichaenda kumberi uko, ngekuti patakaita constitution yatiri kutaura ya 2013 from 2009 takazoipedza kuigadzira 2012 tichingokakavadzana nezvimwe zvinhu zvisina future. That's why takazoita a compromised document. Regai nditende comrade, honorable Chavangu, kuti dai takatambira ningirikini yemuna 2000 dai even constitution yatiri kutaura iyi pamwe dai sitomboripo, because yaifanira kunge yakatokagwa kudhara. Chekupedzesera ndoda kuti nditi bill iri harina charinomboshamisa. Tiri kunzwa vanhu vari kutaura democracy. Kune democracy yekwashinamhora yemasarudzirana avanoita, hainganzi ngaifanane nekune mumwe mambo. Democracy yekwashinamhora ndeyekwashinamhora. The second largest democracy in the world India. Asi mavhotera anoita vanhu kuIndia handiwo mavhotera atinoita kunoko. America inonzi the largest democracy inotoruzisa vamwe vanhu mavhoti, ngekuti pane mamwe avanoti ma-precincts ane more powerful than mamwe. Dai Mike Clinton vakatotongowa America, dai vanga vasina democracy yavo yekuamerica inoita discriminate vanhu, but yedu haisi kudiscriminata munhu. Tiri kuti isisu yedu yakafanana nedzimwe nyika dzakawanda dzemuAfrica nedzimwe nyika dzakawanda dzemuCommonwealth, zvinounza budiriro, zvinounza kubatana, zvinounza zvakare runyararo, zvinounza zvakare kungowirirana senyika kuti takamira sei. Saka naizvozvo ndine zvandoda kupamhidzira baba president zvekuti hongu kana kwaita vakanzi pana president, ndiani achasara achitonga? Ndaikumbira kuti dai zvaedza kuiswawo imomo kuti ndiani achasara, because president munhu anogona kurwara, anogona kufa, kana kuti anogona kudecide kuti handichadi kuita president. Kana president aripo after those makore atiri kutaura akuzorora kana kuti akubuda afa neimwe nyaya, ndiani achasara achitonga nyika kusvikira tasarudza mumwe president? Ndo point yangu yekutanga. Point yangu yechipiri, general election kana yaitwa inenge yadainzirwa na president aripo kuti ngatiite general election. Right, kana tapedza kuvhota ndiani general election inodainzirwa na president. Saka kana adainzira iye achazosara achimboita achitonga nyika ndiani kusvikira isisu tazosarudza mumwe president wende tinenge tazomusarudza papi pacho. Saka ndinokumbira kuti ipapo zviongororwe kuitira kuti tiregere kuita yatingati vacuum muutongi hwenyika. Mazviita nekunditeerera, ndinosapota CAB3 zvakazara, ende kwandinobva vanesapota zvakazara. Handina kutaura nezvegender, handina kutaura nemadzimambo, asi ngekuti zvakataurwa nevanhu vakawanda kuitira kuti tifambe tiri pamwe chete. Mazviita nekundipa mukana.
That concludes the debate on this particular bill, and I would like to thank you all, honorable members, for your contributions and debating in a very mature way. I will now call upon the Minister to give his responses.
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable President, and in the same vein, Honorable President, allow me to thank the Honorable Senators for the vibrant debate. Mr. President, I did a count of those that debated. Again, Honorable President, this is also very historic. We have had about 55 senators debating. In the history of this Senate, I think this is the highest. In fact, it is the highest. And only 5 were totally against the bill, and the rest, in one way or the other, lended their support to the bill, which they indicated were very progressive, and I want to thank them. Mr. President, in my speech, which was very long yesterday, I covered a lot of things that were debated, and so I will not belabor the points that I explained, as I believed that the speeches that were given were largely premised on issues that I addressed, and members could not find time to correct their scripts, and hence they debated along those lines. And I believe that it was well covered, and I indicated, even those that opposed, some vehemently, but they missed the point. And again, Mr. President, I believe they missed the point because they didn't have time to internalize what I presented, that we were bedeviled by 5 afflictions that were interconnected, and many of them, they took one, left the other 4 standing, and ran with one. But I indicated that this was we were bedeviled by 5 afflictions, and I tried to unpack the mischief that this bill is trying to cure, and I will not repeat some of those. And I want to appreciate those that supported, the majority that supported, and even those that opposed. I think it enhances our democracy. And I want also to thank those that didn't oppose for the sake of opposing, which is very good. It creates an environment that allows for inclusivity. And I saw that others they ran, like I said, in one direction, indicating that a constitution does not bring food on the table, does not ensure that this constitutional amendment does not ensure that we have a good road. And I responded to that in my speech before they debated that a constitution is not a grocery list document. It's a document that is an enabler that allows an environment where a baker will be able to bake bread, and bread will be found in grocery shops, where government will be able to plan properly, and a road will be constructed, just like what we did with Harare Bait Bridge Road. So this is not a document whereby you can use to go shopping with. It is an enabler. It creates an environment that ensures that all those things happen. And I just want to applaud the kind of debate that was done by Honorable Pulu. He spoke to the substance of the bill rather than to the emotion or to the politics. And I think that is the thrust that we're looking at, to say, let's look at the substance of the bill. What is the mischief that we want to cure? How do we cure it without politicking to say that I oppose it because it takes away one man, one vote, and I think he articulated it very well. And I think Honorable Senator Chief Mutasa ably responded to that. I will not repeat what he said for purposes of peace in the House. So I also want to agree with Honorable Pulu to some extent. I will then see when we get to the committee stage if we can include. I believe that conflict will always happen in any society, and a clause that deals with post-conflict healing and reconciliation is a necessary clause. And I think the Attorney General is listening attentively. I hope she has assisted me to ensure that we can include it. And like what Honorable Senator said, this House is not a rubber stamp. You sniff through and see things that perhaps the National Assembly failed to see, and then you make sure that you clean it up and you propose to them that this is what you left out. Can the National Assembly tidy up the document? And I believe that this is some of the issues that you spoke about. And I also want to thank Honorable Senator Chief Charira on behalf of the chiefs when he concluded, indicating the chiefs are in agreement with the bill. He spoke passionately about chiefs being politicians, which is what we thought initially. We wanted to be silent, Honorable President, and not restrict chiefs to say chiefs must not be apolitical. They are restricted. But we accepted that our thinking that they were politicians was overtaken by chiefs saying they are everything. But Honorable Chief Senator Charira then wanted to confuse issues to say that they are everything, which is what we had agreed in the first place. But we believe that we work within the parameters of what we have amended. And I believe that some of the issues that he mentioned, with the help of our Attorney General, we can come up with an act of parliament to cure some of them. And we believe that the position of chiefs should be respected, and I agree with that. And I want to thank again Honorable Senator Chavangu for a lot of things that are insightful that he spoke about, the post-conflict healing and reconciliation. But I want to make a correction for the record. I don't believe there was genocide in Zimbabwe. In fact, there was no genocide. There was a conflict, but there was never a deliberate government policy at any one time to eliminate one tribe against the other. I come from an area where all tribes stay. Not a single tribe was eliminated. So I believe that in trying to express our feelings, sometimes we become animated and will be quoted wrongly. I think that statement, it was overexcitement. There was no genocide. Having said that, Honorable President, the President is a champion of ensuring that the Gugura Hundi issues are concluded and concluded conclusively. And I believe that when he came in, he started engaging traditional leaders, and he has even said at one forum where I was that he wants the chiefs to take charge and tell us how those issues are supposed to be resolved, because each and every chief has his own or her own traditions and customs that they follow, and whatever they believe would appease the spirits and ensure that we become united, the chiefs must take the lead. But we have agreed that we need, going forward, a clause that speaks to post-conflict resolution and national healing. But what we reject, what I reject, Mr. President, is that there was at any time in this country a deliberate policy to do what Senator Chavangu said. We have never been a country like that. In fact, we are a proud nation that knows no tribalism. Mr. President said, you go to any part of the country, you will find a person, a minority group, or someone from Mashingo, you may find in Matebeleland. Someone in Matebeleland, you find them in Zimba. Mr. President, if you may allow me to give this example, I have a chair lady, and we call her Mundevere, and she never loses an election in Zimba. And this, what I'm saying is correct and true. And she never loses an election in Zimba. So I believe that we must not rewrite history and flare up emotions, but let's unite our people. Having said that, Mr. President, I also want to agree with Senator Chavangu that some of the things that we have done because of partisan politics to appease a populist opinion have come back to haunt us. In 2000, a constitution was made and it was rejected, but it had very progressive clauses in it, and we had to wait until 2013 to come up with another constitution. History will not treat us well if we don't pass this amendment, because it has got several progressive provisions in it that will ensure not only us but generations to come will progress and our country will develop because of that. So I want to agree with Senator Chavangu in that regard, and largely applaud him for the stance that he has taken to look at the substance of the bill rather than take a populist position that is being propelled by others, opposition politicians, to oppose for the sake of opposing. And I think I want to support and thank all the honorable senators for the very mature debate that happened in this house. You see, whenever I come to this house with a bill, I am relaxed because I always find senators debating in a mature and intelligent manner, not animated for the purposes of appeasing social media, but speaking to the substance of the bill. And I want to applaud the way you handled even the deliberations, Mr. President. Having said that, I move that the bill be now read the second time. I thank you.
I put the question that the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment number 3, Bill HB 1A of 2026 be now read a second time. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the clerk will read the bill a second time.
Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3, HB 1A of 2026.
What day for committee, Minister?
With the leave of the House now, Mr. President, sir.
Is there any objection? The whole House will be in committee.
Order.
amendments minister athlula ukuthi wona kuthina usuwasekelete andifane mama alibona beka saka number 3 iri ku replace one iri papa
but we need a soft copy of this.
Saka athlula ukuthi ma members just delay bit ma members vathumirwe because
vambotumirwa vanozotachina taipa instruction now kuti vatumirwe. So I'll just wait a little bit. I can make that announcement. Could you there are some amendments that are being circulated on your guidance? That are being circulated on your guidance. All right.
We have to announce that amendment number 3 is reflected on the order paper is being replaced by the ones being circulated.
Kanda shike papa.
I'm going to announcement which amendment circulated.
For amendment number 3.
A motiso until like Mapo or copy manual.
I want to know.
Second, put and it a galatina report. Second, number 3 is being replaced by this one. This one. Much better.
Yeah, they have circulate one day. Then number 6. Then number 6.
Then take a number 3 and it. Number 3.
In session of
after 3. Sakatikati 1 42 later amendment the minister then after that there is this new clause ilikuya after
indeed under 3 papa
in a choya after 3 which means it will be like a 4
so I know where upper
in a choya pana just after 3
papa
saka pana nena kunyora kuti in session after clause 3 saka it means inozoita 4 after clause 3 then it was 4 inozoita 5 kana ine yakuita 5 then
5 after 6
before mind of 6 pane anyway ina amendment minor then imwe yacho yakuzoya after 21 saka
yes abaningi sinani mina saka 7 yeah
all right 6 in amendment apa
apa pana amendment apa pana insertion apa ine 5 hapana ine pa 6 ichi pana amendment ichi it means the deletion of and substitution of 6 E5 womadzina saka it's okay saka former 6 ngene
8 hapana 9 hapana
9 mira
ya 10
aiwa pari kuuya new insertion after 9 which means after 9 iri kuuya samapana iri kuuya after 9
Order. Order. The committee of the whole House will take into consideration the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill HB 1A 2026. I put clause 1, short title. Is there any debate?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In terms of order number 148 of our standing rules and orders, senators who wish to propose amendments to a bill must submit such amendments in writing and in proper form to the clerk during the business hours of Parliament for the day or on a day before that on which they should appear. Mr. President, yesterday at 16:55 hours, I sent through a number of proposed amendments which I thought would be on the order paper. I don't see them. And when that time comes, if that has not been taken on board, I won't be able to contribute to this legislation as I should be able to do. I've spoken to staff, and staff has said it's still going through the processes of scrutinization by the appropriate offices. I wish to find direction from yourself, Mr. President, as to how we should proceed in view of this concern that I've raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, Honorable Senator Zizai.
So, let me ask one else to circulate. Then you say, Honorable Member, I will allow you to introduce your motions during the comment stage.
Even though I said powder.
Not I've requested the Secretary to circulate them.
All right.
I don't know what I want in the question.
No, all right. Sakamanje. Suno buda ere.
Circulator. That is circulator amendments. Circulator amendments. Last.
So 2 million.
Maybe it's can we approach the chair?
Yes, they. Yeah. All right.
Honorable Zizai, may you approach the chair?
Honorable Jose. Honorable Jose.
Honorable Jose. We've already given instruction so that you be circulated.
New section inserted in Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection?
Order, Mr. President. Chairperson.
Honorable Mulli.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I also added my amendments to the order paper. I have not gone through it, but on clause 2, I suggest that after clause 2 is amended by the section of the following subsection after paragraph C. D. The Registrar General shall submit quarterly reports to Parliament through the Speaker of the National Assembly and the President of the Senate, detailing 1, the number of voters registered during the period during the reporting period. 2, the number of registrations rejected and the reasons therefore. 3, the provincial and district distribution of registered voters. 4, measures taken to ensure the accuracy, integrity, and accessibility of the voters' roll. 5, any challenges encountered in the discharge of these functions. 6, the Registrar General shall appear before the relevant portfolio and thematic committees of Parliament whenever required to account for the exercise of the functions set out in this section. Mr. President, my submission is because the transfer of voter registration functions to Registrar General must be accompanied by a robust parliamentary oversight to ensure transparency, accountability, public confidence in the electoral process. Quarterly reporting to Parliament will strengthen democratic oversight whilst preserving the efficiency objectives cited in the bill. I thank you. I so submit, Mr. Chair.
I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Mulli. Is there any debate? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I reject the amendments largely because these are administrative issues. The auditing of the voters' roll is through its availability publicly. The voters' roll is public. You can inspect it whenever you want. Some of the finer details of maybe reporting with the help of the Attorney General, when we look at the electoral law, we can then refine and include other issues, but I don't think there is any constitutional issue from anything that she has mentioned, and therefore I believe that amendment should not be accepted. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put clause 3, amendment of section 92 of the Constitution. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, let me recognize Honorable Senator Zai first, since he had some issues with clause 3. Honorable Senator Zai.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, let's dispense with clause 2. We need to vote on rejecting those and adopting clause 2 before we proceed to clause 3. I submit.
I put the question that the amendment be now made as put by Honorable Senator Mlochwa. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the noes have it, the noes have it. The question is accordingly negatived. I put clause 3, amendment of section 92 of the Constitution. Honorable Senator Zidzai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this House emphatically agreed that it makes good sense for democracy, for peace, for the President to be elected through a proportional representation process, that is through Parliament, moving away from popular direct elections. Mr. President, for completeness, for consistency of constitutional provisions, I propose that we add that we agree that the President be elected by parliamentarians, provided that those parliamentarians were placed in offices through a proportional representative process. That's what I'm moving for. Let's add that so that we have got total completeness, decency, and coherence of the Constitution. The Constitution cannot blow hot on that side and cold on the other. Thank you, Mr. President.
I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Zidzai. Is there any debate? Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, I totally agree with Senator Zidzai. I suggest that Clause 3 be amended by insertion of a new subsection as follows. The election of members of Parliament shall be conducted under a system of proportional representation prescribed as an Act of Parliament in order to ensure that the composition of Parliament reflects
Honorable Senator, are you proposing a new amendment or the same amendment as proposed by Honorable Senator Zidzai?
I'm proposing a new subsection.
You first dispose that, and then you will have your own.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, just to indicate that we have a precedent, several democracies where we have a first past the post and a presidential election from Parliament. So it's not unprecedented. Even before 1990, when we had a parliamentary system, we had constituencies, that after that we would have an executive head of government and a president who was elected, but we had a first past the post. Secondly, Honorable Chair, we also have to be mindful that certain amendments, even if we want to propose them, they require that we have extensive consultation. Like when we are changing the entire electoral system, we are required again to consult the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. So this is not an amendment that is capable of being done at this juncture. So I request that if the honorable members are very keen on this, it's a thing that they can then debate and propose at a later date. But in this amendment, it's technically impossible because of the wider consultations that are required and the overall change of the electoral system that they are proposing, which is not permissible within the same constitution that they are proposing the change to be done. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Clarifications.
Honorable Senator Zidzai.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 1980, I was old enough. In fact, I voted. And I didn't vote for a constituent MP. We were on a proportional party list process. Post 1985, that's at that stage. In 1987, that's when we had the new constitution. When we had the unit accord, that's when we changed to the executive president. But all along, we didn't have any directly elected MPs. So the jurisdiction that the minister is talking about, in South Africa, for example, in Botswana, we don't have first past the post elections. We have got proportional rep. These reflect national sentiment. First past the post elections place MPs based on local, very localized interests, not broad national interests. So it's requesting an MP who has been elected for narrow local interests to then deal with the issues of a national interest. Let's just have a completeness, in my opinion, then it's smarter. Let's follow examples of others. We are not having an election soon. From what I can see, this issue of 2030 will succeed. So elections will only come in 4 years from now. And let's allow the process of these amendments to be provided for. And we've got a whole 4 years to deal with that and clean up all the other aspects so that everything is in step with the need for what has been praised as something that will fight violence, something that will promote the economy. We all want that. We want the economy to function. We don't want violence. This has been supported across the House. And I don't see why we should not support the same for parliamentary processes. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Senator Zidzai didn't listen to what I said. I didn't say starting from 1980. I said before 1990. So it's exactly correct to say 1980 we had a system of proportional representation, but from 1985 we had constituent-based elections. That's what I said. Botswana does not have an entirely proportional representation system. They don't have actually, they have first past the post. In fact, all their MPs are elected on the basis of a first past the post. But the Botswana system, when the MPs go to the nomination court, they have to indicate who their presidential candidate is so that there is no crossing of the floor. I didn't say South Africa is first past the post, so I don't think he understood what I said. But the major reason that I said is we can't propose that major amendment in this august House because it requires extensive consultation. Where I agree with him is he can propose that amendment post this CAB3. Then it can be considered by the people of Zimbabwe. It's a democratic country. But in this bill, we felt that a hybrid is still a good thing. And this is what we propose. I submit, Honorable Chair.
I put the question that the amendment be made as proposed by Honorable Senator Zidzai. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is accordingly negatived.
Chair.
Honorable Senator Mlochwa.
On a point of order, Chair, you allowed the minister to dismiss my amendment before you heard it.
Yours
It's already
hasn't.
dismissed.
No, yours isn't. You have to dispose yours.
So, Chair, maybe you should have allowed me to say it, because if I don't say it, then I'll die.
Propose. Okay, let me give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair.
Order.
Thank you, Chair. Very democratic Chair. I praise you. The election, I suggest, Chairperson, that on clause 3 be amended by the insertion of a new subsection as follows. 9, the election of members of parliament shall be conducted under a system of proportional representation prescribed by an act of parliament. Can I finish? But let me finish.
Proceed.
How? Baggett. By an act of parliament, in order to ensure that the composition of parliament reflects as nearly as possible the proportion of votes cast for political parties and independent candidates in a general election. Chair, my justification is that where the president is elected by parliament rather than by a direct vote, it is essential that parliament itself accurately reflects the political preferences of Zimbabwe, of the people of Zimbabwe. Proportional representation electoral system enhances inclusivity, reduces political exclusion, strengthens national cohesion, and the same violence that we've been talking about, Chair. I think if we use a proportional representation system, we will not have the amount of violence that we've had in the Chairperson.
It's almost the same. I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Mlochwa. Is there any debate, Honorable Minister?
Has the same fate, Honorable Chair, sir.
I put the question that the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Mlochwa.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Honorable Senator Zidai.
I think when you put through the amendment by Senator Mlochwa, you said, is there any debate?
Proceed.
And I had a debate.
On a point of order, I think we have dispensed this. You were very kind enough to allow her to explain. The very amendment that she is proposing is the very amendment that Honorable Zidai put forward. And I think the rules of this House do not allow us to continuously repeat the same point. That's why I indicated that this amendment is suffering the same fate, the same reasons that I gave. So I don't think there is any debate that may arise when we have already made a vote on a similar issue. What else are we intending to do? I submit.
Take a note, Honorable Minister.
Mr. President, I'm sorry if people think this is boring, but Iindi, I was sent here by the people of the Midlands, not the people of National Central. Mr. President, the mandate to make a decision as to whether this is appropriate or not doesn't lie with the minister. It lies with yourself. And as far as I'm concerned, you didn't deny me an opportunity to debate. But if you do, I will respectively sit. But if the minister does that, he is just usurping the powers of the President of the Senate.
Honorable Senator Zidai, I will give you a chance. Can you debate?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dzokoro ine simba zvataurwa na Senator Mlochwa zvine musoro zvachose kuti iko takakodzera kuti tisharudze ma-MP edu zvakanakawo zvichada kuitwa na president. Kana zvakanakira president kuti vasarudzwe neproportional rep ko zvakashativo kuti ma-mp asarugwisa izvozvo. Matiwani pane zvikonzero zvakanaka zvaita kuti tifambe nendima iyi saizvozvizvi. Kungatiite the same zvoko zvinhu zvifambe ite hoche koche. President vakasarudzwa neproportional rep, ma-mp the same. Pane chitsotsi chokuda kuita ma-mp kuti ave nesimba sitereki kudarika president. Tinozviona ndo zvamukuda kuita izvi. Ndatenda.
All right. The minister had already responded. I put the question that the amendment as proposed by Honorable Senator Mlochwa be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye.
Aye.
Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is accordingly negatived. Honorable Minister, for amendment. Your amendment.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am proposing amendments in my name. I think I've already given you the paper. The amendment that I'm proposing is that on the bill be amended on page 2 in line 32 and 34 by deletion of subsection 5 and the substitution of the following. The election of the president shall be conducted by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission in accordance with the electoral law and standing orders. I submit, Honorable Chair. Just to clean up, to ensure that we make reference to the electoral laws and the standing orders of Parliament, and then the electoral laws will be cleaned up to ensure that they comply with how the procedure should be done in Parliament when elections are done. So that's the amendment that I'm proposing to change from what it is now. I submit, Honorable Chair.
I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Minister. Is there any debate? I put the question that the amendment proposed by Honorable Minister be now made. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is hereby made. I put a new insertion of new clause after clause 3, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, members will notice that in the Constitution there is a section 94 which speaks about the assumption of office by President and Vice President. And I am proposing that this section, assumption of office of President and Vice President, be amended by the repeal of subsection 3. And subsection 3 is just a cleaning up exercise. This has been overtaken by events. It says a Vice President who becomes President on the death, resignation or removal from office of the President assumes office when he or she takes before the Chief Justice or the next most senior judge available the oath of President in the form set out in the third schedule. Honorable members will recall that we amended the Constitution in amendment number 2, and we said there is no automatic elevation of a Vice President upon the death or a vacation of office of a President. The political party would then nominate, but now we are now saying Parliament will elect within 30 days. So this one it's no longer relevant. Hence I am proposing that it be deleted because it's no longer relevant in the Constitution. I submit, Honorable Chair.
I put the amendment proposed by the Honorable Minister. I put the question as amended by the Honorable Minister. I put the new insertion. It's still an amendment. So those who have that opinion will say aye. Oh, you do not get me clear. I put the question that the amendment proposed by the minister be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is hereby made. I put clause 5, amendment of section 95 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Yes. I put clause 4, which is now 5. Amendment of section 95 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 6. I put clause 5, which is now clause 6. Amendment of section 100 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 6, which is now clause 7.
Point of privilege.
Honorable Minister.
Point of privilege, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister. Clause 6, which is now clause 7. Before Honorable Senator Chavangu.
Yes, let's go back to. With your indulgence, Mr. President, and there's something that we missed when the minister amended that the clause. He said the vice president will be elected by parliament in 30 days. But the president, yes, by parliament in a joint sitting. I think there's that missing. Was parliament, how would parliament sit? Is it on a joint sitting or separate? Sorry? It will come. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I put clause 6, which is now clause 7. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am proposing amendments. I think this one is on the order paper. Is it fully up here? Amendment of Section 101 of Constitution. Section 111 entitled Succession in the Event of Death, Resignation or Incapacity of President or Vice President. That's how it's titled in the Constitution. We want to delete this and substitute it by the following. Succession in the event of death, resignation or incapacity of President. I think Vice President is a typo there. If the person elected president in an election dies, resigns, or is removed from office, the vice president, or where there are two vice presidents, the vice president who was last nominated to act in terms of Section 100 acts as president until a new president assumes office in terms of Section 92. I think in the clause that is there, there was a vacuum. So we had left out that whenever there is a vacancy, the vice president who last acted will act until an election happens in parliament. So this is the correction that we are proposing in this amendment. I so submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Minister. Is there any debate? If there is no debate, I put the question that the amendment be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is hereby made. I put the question that clause 7, 6 which is now 7, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and clause 6 now 7 as amended stands part of the bill. I put clause 7, now clause 8, amendment of section 114 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 8, now clause 9, amendment of section 120 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection?
There is debate.
Yes. Are we
There
on
is
clause 8?
debate. It's on the order paper.
So
anyway.
clause 8 has not changed to become clause 9. It's still clause 8.
Yeah.
So I'm on clause 8. That is now clause 9. The one that says Mr. Chair, just for clarification, the one that reads the provision allows the president to appoint 10 senators. Thank you. Mr. Chair, here is my humble submission to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Chair, can I be protected from the Minister? Thank you very much. Amendment to clause 8. Clause 8 be amended by deleting paragraph E and substituting it with the following. E, 10 senators appointed proportionally on the basis of political composition of the Senate following the most recent general election, with nominations submitted by political parties represented in Parliament in proportion to their representation in Senate. Mr. Chair, as I debated in my debate that after the 2023 election, we saw ZANU-PF getting 33 senators and CCC getting 27 senators. And that composition makes it here in the Senate that we're 50-50. After the said proposed senators 10, that means we will not have the same balance again. So I'm justifying that the Senate is intended to reflect the democratic will expressed by Zimbabwe through elections. The results of 2023 elections produced a Senate whose political composition broadly reflected the choices made by the Zimbabwean voters. Any additional seats created by the constitutional amendment should preserve the balance rather than alter it through unilateral presidential appointments. This amendment ensures that any increase in the number of senators strengthens representation while respecting the electoral mandate already conferred by the people of Zimbabwe. I so submit my democratic chair.
Mr. President. Ini zvanda ndichinyanya kuda chaizvo ndezvekuti chinhu ichi chibviswa apa nokuti zvikonzero zvataurwa zvokuti president anodirei kuapoinda vanhu 10 handioni udzamu hwazvo nemhaka yokuti masarudzirwo anoitwa masenators izvezvi tinogona kuwana the best.
Honorable Senator Tsai, so that's a new amendment, isn't it?
Ndiri kumbodebata ndichazoticha.
I wanted, if it is a new amendment, I deal with Mulotwas first and then we come to you, unless it's the same. I think it's...
Anyway, let me do this, Mr. President. Let me fully support Senator Mulotwas' amendment. In that regai nditaure nechikaranga, regai nditsigire zvataurwa naSenator Mulotyo kuti yes president kana vachida kuapoinda havo ngavapoinde, asi hatidi kudla zvavafupi nokureba. Kuti president vanoti izvozvi 27-33 kwera mangwana ZANU-PF yatova ne 43, zvabvepi? Zvabvepi izvozvo? Izvozvo hatizvidi, tinoda zvinodiwa navanhu, toda zvinodiwa navanhu. Saka ngatiite pro rata kuti kava chapoinda votoindawo kuna vachavangu noti vako vangani vane unjere vane umhizha ndevapi voti ava vapoinda ivavo kuzanuwo ava tofamba takadaro senyika tichiwirirana. Ndavonga.
Any further debate? Honorable Senator Mafenyengwa.
Ndinotenda chairman, indinoona sekuti plozi mawira yakaita yauya zvakanaka kuti president vanenge vasarudzwa vatore simba rokusarudza vanhu vanofunga kuti muhurumende vane maskills anovabatsira basa ravo. Kana tikazvitora kuita zvemapolitical parties manje taakudzoka futi uku kwatakapedzerana kumaconstituency tomarumisa muno futi musenate munomu. Ini ndinoona sokuti ngatingoti president wapinda ngasarudzana vanoita kuti vadrive economy, vadrive development yaanoda, kwete kuti tiite zvemapolitical parties. Ko political party ikaunza munhu asina expertise munozomuramba sei? Saka ise zvairi ngatiisapoti yakadaro close iyoyi. Ndatenda chaimo.
Ngiyabonga President. Selingangizwa. Ngiyangizwa. Ngiyabonga Chairman. Siyenze lokho sindawonye. Akuzange kukhethwe ukuthi kulaba kabani. Sikhethe sisenza lokho sibambene singabantu bamaphathi amabili lapha eParliament. Ngiphikisana lo mkhulumeli oqeda ukukhuluma. Xa sokusenziwa konke sicela senze ndawonye njengeParliament. Ngiyabonga Chairman.
Further Mr. President, still on that same clause, Minister should indicate before coming to what Honorable Zai and Honorable Mlocha said before. The clause project that the senators will be appointed by President in consultation with National Assembly. What is the rationale? Why these are the senators, and there's an exclusion of the Senate itself? And how do we have National Assembly appointing in consultation with the President? That's point number one. And this is why in my debate I also indicated, Mr. President, that there are political parties in Parliament. Let's have a consultation by President consulting those leaders or political parties. Doesn't matter whether today is post-2030. There will always be different political parties. So President must consult political parties, not the National Assembly. Then we will come on the whether the ratios that are being, those are subjective, we can discuss those. But I think we need to agree in principle. Yeah. Then before we get to what two of my colleagues put forward for your consideration.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I will deal with the mover and indicate that the President is a product of an election year. Being a product, the President will then deal with the issues of the composition and the skills that he believes will best move the country forward. It's not about political party representation. It's about what needs to be done by the President given the mandate that he has. Secondly, I don't even know what Comrade Rizai means by kudya zvevapfupi nekuti mura refu. President vasarudzwa kuno. Saka kana vasarudzwa, but Honorable Chair, kana ukange uri padare, vazhinji padare vakati ngatiendei nedirection iyi, iwe ukabuda wakutosapota izvozvo zvabuda mudare, hapasisina zvekurya zvevapfupi nekuti wakareba nekuti ndo zvabuda mudare. Ini pandiri panapa zvandinotaura kana ndabuda mudare hazvisiri izvo zvandinenge ndataura ndichipinda. Pamwe ndiye ndadyiwa zvokuti heke, kasi kana ndabuda imomo ndakutoita fanike ndini ndataura, izvo handisirini. Saka President vanenge vasarudzwa nedare, vakuchongorora kuti tiite zvinoita kuti vanhu vaende mberi ndezvipi. Coming to Senator Chavangu, he is impatient. He wants us to go to a clause that is far away, and he has always been talking about that. Can he hold his horses? We are getting there. I indicated that this clause is about the process that the President will appoint, and over and above that, I have to say this, and I want it to be put on record. When the South African election happened, it was a hung parliament. There were negotiations that were done. Not everything was taken to the constitution. So we don't have to take everything to the constitution. A product of this honorable house, both houses, will know how to unite the people. So the South African president, for instance, he came up with a cabinet, an arrangement. You will never find that in the South African constitution. So some of the issues that we want to put in the constitution will dilute the mischief that we wanted to solve. It will end up being, the 10 will end up being politicians, because what will happen in my own party, somebody will say, I'm senior. You, Mr. President, we say these are political appointments. I must be put on that 10. And it will happen also to the opposition. We need something that will restrict the president having been elected, not to presuppose that he must do this. I submit and I reject that amendment. But Honorable Chavangu, hold your horses. We are getting there.
President, thank you. I would like to firstly explain to the minister who said Karanga what we mean when we say kula fupi no kureba. We are in this particular case, we are saying the president, by him just having an open check and appointing 10 senators, he is using administrative powers to disturb the balance of what the natural balance that came out of the election. So we must give him some. We cannot give the president absolute powers to change the balance of parliament against the will of the people. In fact, the president's mantra is that the voice of the people is the voice of God. That's his belief. Therefore, the voice of the people, if it says it's 27-33, that proportion should not be affected by anybody because God has spoken. It's as simple as that. I put
the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Mulli. I put the question that the amendment as proposed by Honorable Senator Mulli be now made. Those who of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is accordingly negatived. I put clause 9, now clause 10. Amendment of section 143 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? No objection, agreed to. A new insertion by Honorable Minister, I recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm proposing a new insertion. I think it was an oversight. We forgot that there is need to have a first sitting of Parliament after an election. In the current setup, the President-elect will be sworn in, then he will call Parliament for its first sitting. So we needed to clean that up. And I want to thank Honorable Gotora. I think in his debate, in his deliberations, he alerted us. And so I propose a new insertion of, after clause 9, the bill is amended on page 3 in line 37 by the insertion of a new clause after clause 9 as it fully appears for the purposes of the record in the order paper. And it will read, first sitting of Parliament following general election is repealed in section 145 and substituted by the following. First sitting of Parliament following general election. After a general election, the first sitting of Parliament must take place at a time and on a date determined by the Clerk of Parliament in a notice in the Gazette, but not later than 14 days after the election results have been declared. And then subsection 2, until the election of the President of the Senate or a Speaker, the first meeting of each House of Parliament must be presided over by the Clerk of Parliament, and the subsequent clauses will be numbered accordingly. I so submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put the amendment as proposed by Honorable Minister. Is there any debate? I put the question that the amendment be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is accordingly approved. I put the question that the insertion as amended stands. I put the question that the assertion stands as part of the bill. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question accordingly affirmed, and the assertion is as amended, stands as part of the bill. I put clause 11, not 12. To 10. To 11. No, 11. I put clause 10, now 12. Yes. Amendment of section 158 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? No objection, agreed to. Close. All right. I put clause 11, now 13, insertion of new section in part 3 of chapter 7 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Honorable Senator Mlochwa, Honorable Senator Zizai. Honorable Senator Mlochwa.
Thank you, Chair. Close 11. Thank you. Chair, my humble submission again, humble as I am to you, our democratic chair, is that we delete clauses 11, 12, and 13 entirely. So they read together. But Minister, you know the chair.
Proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Chair, my democratic chair. I suggest we delete the clauses 11, 12, and 13 entirely. I have a justification, Chair. Please hear me out. The Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is already constitutionally mandated to manage electoral processes and possesses the institutional knowledge and technical expertise and constitutional legitimacy and necessary to undertake delimitation of electoral boundaries. The creation of a separate delimitation commission would result in the duplication of functions, increased administrative costs, and potential jurisdiction disputes between constitutional bodies. Chair, rather than establishing a new commission, Parliament should strengthen the capacity and independence and accountability of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to effectively perform delimitation functions. Further, Chair, we insert a new provision requiring that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to submit a delimitation report to Parliament to debate and consideration before the report is transmitted to the President. Chair, the report shall include the criteria used in drawing electoral boundaries. 2, B, population statistics relied upon. C, public submissions received. D, objections raised and how they were addressed. And E, maps and descriptions of all proposed constituency and ward boundaries. Chair, in the recent delimitation for the 2023 election, we witnessed a situation where a ward in Umzingwane falls into Matobo, and a ward in Gwanda falls into Matobo South again. And we witnessed 7 wards in Mangwe falling into Matobo and creating a new constituency called Matobo Mangwe. That dispute, it does not stop because we have chiefs and we have SAPOs in the other side of Mangwe, but having one particular MP and another MP is for Mangwe, still in the same constituency. So this is my humble submission, my democratic chair. I thank you.
I put the amendment as proposed by Honorable Senator Mulochwa. Is there any debate? Honorable Senator Zizai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the amendments that Senator Mlochwa put forward, largely because I think the justification for kicking ZEC is around the bad performance in the 2022 delimitation, whereas the constitution requires that no constituency should be bigger or smaller than another by 20%. ZEC did exactly. There are some constituencies that are 40-50% bigger than others. They failed in their job, but that doesn't mean that we must take that competence away from them. It's like this, Mr. President. If the President appoints a Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs who fails to do his job, you don't remove the ministry, you remove the minister. So in this case, I don't say my Sekuru is doing a bad job, he's doing a good job. It's just an example. You don't remove the ministry. You don't abolish the ministry. You remove the minister and replace with a better one. In this particular case, ZEC should be empowered by removing those people who fail to do delimitation and put in place others that can do that. And so I agree with the Senator Mlochwa that this is unnecessary. ZEC is a higher level of constitutional compliance commission. And you don't want to give this important competence to some marginal institution which answers to the executive and all that. Let's keep it there so that our elections will look credible. Let's make it look nice. Let's look like others. Let's not experiment with very important things. ZEC should do this. This commission is unnecessary. I support Senator.
Any further debate? Honorable Senator Ngube.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, all those who have participated in elections in the past are aware of the problems we are faced with ZEC in terms of our constituency boundaries. Because of lack of specialization, we're now creating a specialized commission which will from time to time review boundaries as urban areas expand. This is a full-time job. You cannot leave it to be done within 3 or 4 months. That is why this new commission is necessary. Examples have been cited of words falling in different places. This will then be refined with time, and we will know precisely as we move forward where constituencies are supposed to be, in line and in response to population, in line and in response to other difficulties within constituencies. I think this is an important commission. We should not lessen it with our frivolous arguments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, with all due respect, Mr. President, with all due respect to the rules of this House, get recorded. You are not the president to be able to tell me that my argument is frivolous. It's up to the president to say in down of Yambudzi, not anybody else. Thank you.
That has been noted. Honorable Senator Pulu.
I wanted to contribute a little bit to this debate, in that I think what is being asked really goes to the independence of the commission. Remember, we're coming from ZEC, which is an independent institution. It was put there because people said we want this kind of institution to be independent. This commission, of course, it's still appointed by the president, just like ZEC, but ZEC has a process, a public interviews and so forth. Here, of course, yes, it's after consultation with the JSC. So, but also we don't see how these commissioners are removed. Does that not compromise their independence? Any time they can get a phone call to say, we are no longer a commissioner. The amendment doesn't address that kind of gap. Maybe that is the concern.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There are several mischiefs that we wanted to cure by doing this. And the honorable senators are just zeroing in on saying it's a constitutional commission, ZEC is mandated constitutional. That's why we are amending the constitution, because it's in the constitution. If it was outside, I would have just brought a bill, an ordinary bill. But because it's in the constitution, that's why we are amending it. Secondly, Honorable Chair, members are losing sight that independence of a commission should be both ways. We are not zeroing in on independence that affect only political parties, even individual candidates. In the current scenario, ZEC does the delimitation. After doing the delimitation, the Constitution purports that its decision is final, even if Parliament rules otherwise. That's the independence that they want. And then you move on to have an election conducted by the very same people that you encountered during delimitation. And you argued with them that, if I am to quote what Honorable Gotora said, that unenge wabva kuseri kwechikomo uchidarika imwe polling station uchienda kuseri, and you have argued, if I may go back to what my example, you have argued with them to say this does not make sense. You cannot put two people, two groups of people who have one chief under different boundaries. It doesn't work out. Community of interest, you have already violated them. But because it's the same people that are doing it, they will then go on and supervise you. So they will say, oh, you were making noise there. They can get you there. That impartiality is already compromised. So one of the major motivators is ZEC's job is to conduct an election, period. Their business is to be an umpire, a referee when the match is being held. Not to set the rules of how the size of the pitch should be like, where the goalpost should be, and then become a referee after that. Somebody must set the rules of how the pitch is like, the rules of how you take a penalty kick, what the 18 area will be like, and then the referee will follow those. But in this case, we had conflated the two, and we are saying ZEC must be allowed to be a referee when the contest happens and declare a result, and that will ensure the independence that Honorable Pulu is speaking about. So I believe what we can argue about is about the composition perhaps, but these are people that will take an oath to serve their nation, to do a job, and they will be interrogated independently by members of parliament without any member fearing that if I then overstep, I will then be subjected to an unfair treatment during elections. I submit, Honorable Chair, and reject this amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put the question that the amendment...
Ask if there's any debate.
Honorable Pulu.
I think, how are they appointed, Honorable Chair? And for how long are they in office? The amendment doesn't speak to this issue. It's silent, hauntingly silent.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, we are going to have an act of parliament to deal with the delimitation issues, all those issues, and then I think we can debate and then refine it. But I think the core principle is he who determines the field should not be the umpire when the game is happening. I submit.
Thank you. You still have something?
Mr. Chair, clause 11, the subsection 3, the proposed subsection 3 of 159A says the Act of Parliament can only deal with the functions of the Commission. It can provide for their for their removal. So there's going to be a gap in terms of how are they removed. Are they as well? Those issues are not addressed in that amendment.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, this can be done in the Act of Parliament, in an Act of Parliament. It's not something that has not been done. This can be done. I think we've done the same with the Lands Commission. I think we can provide for all those issues. There's nothing that bars from putting the conditions of appointment and everything in an Act of Parliament. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put the question that the amendment be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. Just hold. Just hold.
Valele.
Just hold. Order. We are on amendment 11, which is now, yes, 11, which is now 13. So, Honorable Minister. Right. I put the question that the amendment by Honorable Senator Mulli be now made. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is accordingly negatived.
Minister,
Order. All right. I put clause 12, now 14.
Chair, I think I was not very fair. There was an oversight. I think for the purposes of being, I had promised Honorable Chavangu, I am proposing that we recommit this so that we just dispense with his issue, because I promised him. I think it will not be fair, because when I looked at it, I then suddenly realized that clause 9, which is now clause 10, speaks to what he was saying, and we are already, we already left. So I propose that we will, with your leave, we recommit it once we finish, because I had promised him, and I think it would not be correct if we don't do that. With your leave, then we can do it later.
9, which is 10, or yes. 8, which is 9?
9, clause 9, which is now clause 10. The current 9, we can do it at the end.
The minister is proposing to revert back to clause 9 at the end. Is there an objection? So that's granted. I put clause, we are going to call which is 14, isn't it? I put clause 12, which is now 14. Amendment of section 160 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 13, now clause 15. Amendment of section 161 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 14, now clause 16. Honorable Senator Pulu. Switch on your mic.
I propose an amendment in clause 14A by adding the word judge in front of the words president of the Supreme Court. It ought to have read judge president. I think it's just an omission. So so that it is consistent with the rest of the clause and other clauses as well.
I put the amendment as proposed by Honorable Senator Pulu. Is there any debate? Is there any debate, Honorable Minister? I've said, okay. I put the question that the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Pulu be now made. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. What? The amendment is hereby made. Order. I put clause 15, now 17, amendment of section 166 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 16, now clause 18, amendment of section 167 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 17, now clause 19, amendment of section 168 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 18, now clause 20, amendment of section 180 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 19, now clause 21, amendment of section 181 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. After 21.
In session of no clause after.
Oh, all right. All right, fine. I put clause 20, now clause 22. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 21, now clause 23. Is there any objection? Any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. Insertion of new clause after clause 21. Honorable Minister.
National Union. National Union, 243.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am proposing amendments to an insertion of a new clause 21, amendment of section 243 of the Constitution. I think it's in line just to capture some of the issues that Honorable Chavangu spoke about, that we need to always have a mechanism of reconciliation and dealing with issues of conflict. So I'm proposing that Section 243 Functions of Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission of the Constitution be amended by insertion of by the repeal of paragraph I and the substitution of the following, so that it will read, to recommend to Parliament and the Executive appropriate and effective measures for the promotion of human rights and fundamental freedom, including enactment of legislation and the formulation of policies directed towards national healing, reconciliation, and nation building. I so submit, Honorable Chair.
I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Minister. Is there any debate? May you switch off, Honorable Minister, may you switch off your mic? I put the question that the amendment be now made. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is hereby made. I put the question that the new clause inserted after clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the new clause stands as part of the bill. I put clause 22, now clause 25. Amendment of section 259 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 23, now 26. Repeal of part 6 of chapter 12 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 24, now clause 27. Amendment of section 277 of the Constitution. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause 25, now clause 28. Honorable Senator Pulu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think there has been an error. The clause I actually intended to amend was the one dealing with, which is now clause, originally clause 20, dealing with the Zimbabwe electoral, sorry, originally clause 23. It simply has an error in that we needed to delete in clause 232 any further references to that same commission.
Clause 23.
We can put it in there. Thank you.
All right. Is there any debate? Any objection? No objection, agreed to. I put clause after parents. Clause new insertion by Honorable Senator Pulu.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think it has just been addressed by the Honorable Minister when he made the amendment to the Human Rights Commission to accommodate a function of post-conflict justice and so forth.
I shall now report the bill with amendments.
Sorry,
Mr. Chair. You said we're going to wait. You said we're going to revert, yes.
Yes.
Which one? Mine, there was an error which was supposed to be done at the end. Yeah, yeah, I think clause No, not clause 9. Clause 23, where we repealed the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. In section 232, we still refer to it as one of the commissions. So may that simply be deleted. So I propose that I propose a new clause 28.
29?
Yes. A new clause 29, proposing that paragraph E in section 232 is deleted. 232. Yeah, so, yes, so I put it, which reads that wherever the words National Reconciliation Commission appear, they are hereby deleted.
That's 28. Hmm? That's 28. To pay. I put the amendment proposed by Honorable Senator Pulu. Is there any debate? I put the question that the amendment be now made. Those who of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the amendment is hereby made.
Mr. President,
before that, Honorable Senator Chavangu. I put the question that the new clause inserted after section 28 stands part of the bill. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the new inserted clause stands as part of the bill. Then clause 9. We are reverting to clause 9. Honorable Senator Chavangu.
Let's start with clause, but I'm not on clause 9.
What's the issue?
Mr. President, the minister promised me, I don't know whether he promised me that he was going to look into the issue of transitional provisions on vacancies. I don't know his disposition regarding this one.
Which one? Which clause?
Yes, transitional clause. You never responded to me.
We are not going to
earlier.
Just do it.
Honorable Chair, I gave an undertaking, but that is an issue that we agreed that we'll discuss as political parties and find a way of dealing with it. And I think we will keep our word to deal with that issue in that manner. And the other issues that we have already engaged the leadership, so as we discussed. So I think it's outside the scope of the bill, but we will deal with it. The transitional issues that you mentioned, we will definitely deal with them.
Yes, in principle we've agreed. I totally agree, and I don't mean no harm at all. But there's another point where we submitted that you need to justify your rationale of putting National Assembly in the scope. I don't know whether, I don't mean no harm at all, but I just need the rationale of it. Then we are done. We are good to go.
Honorable Chair, The rationale is simple. This gives power to political parties. Within the National Assembly, that's where members would have been directly elected, and it represents the spread. And that spread is the one that will culminate in the composition of Senate as it will be. So by putting it like that, we are simply saying parties as they are, their caucuses would then direct how it's done. So it's actually giving more power to political parties to direct. So the consultations, while we are putting Parliament, because we can't, or National Assembly, we can't then say political parties in there. It's neater and tidier to say the National Assembly. But if you look at it, our parliamentary system is largely based on a whipping system. So the difference is the same, because this is the house that will now determine the spread that will come here. And it will now determine technically who becomes president. Like if you look at the Botswana system, they have a system where if every MP who goes for nomination, they will indicate who their presidential candidate is. So when voting takes place, automatically the party that gets 50% of the seats plus one, their candidate becomes president-elect. The voting becomes academic. So by putting it here, we wanted to ensure that we give comfort to those that are saying we want the power to come from the people directly. But the difference is the same. Honorable Senator, I submit.
I shall now report the bill with amendments.
Zimbabwe.
Madam President, sir, the committee has gone through the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3, HB 1B 2026, as set forth in the accompanying copy, and has agreed to the same with amendments.
Order. The chairperson of committees reports the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 Bill HB 1B 2026 with amendments. What day for consideration of the amendments? Honorable Minister.
With the leave of the House now, Madam President, ma'am.
Is there an objection? Agreed to. No objection. Agreed to. The whole House will have under consideration the amendments proposed by the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I put the amendments proposed in clause 3. New clause inserted after clause 3. Clause 6, now 7. New clause inserted after clause 9, now 10. Clause 14, now 16. New clause inserted after clause 21, now 23. New clause inserted after clause 25, now 28. I put the amendment proposed in those clauses. Is there any debate? Is there an objection? No objection. Agreed to. I put the question that clauses, clause 3, now clause inserted after clause 3. Clause 6, now 7. New clause inserted after clause 9, now 10. Clause 14, now 16. New clause inserted after clause 21, now 23. New clause inserted after clause 25, now 28. As amended, stand as part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed and the bill is amended and adopted. What day for third reading, Honorable Minister?
With the leave of the House now, Madam President, ma'am.
Is there an objection? No objection. Agreed to. I move that the bill be now read a third time. Oh, is the minister now? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President, ma'am. I move that the bill now be now read the third time.
Thank you. The section 328 subsection 5 of the Constitution provides that a constitutional bill must be passed at its last reading in the National Assembly and the Senate by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the membership of each house. In order to comply with the provisions of section 328 subsection 5, it is necessary that number of affirmative votes cast by senators be recorded. In terms of the voting process, bells will be rung for 7 minutes to enable senators who are within the precincts of Parliament to make their way to the chamber. At the expiry of 7 minutes, all the senators will be expected to be in the chamber, and the doors will be secured, no member will be allowed to enter or leave the chamber. The voting process will commence before the actual voting. We will first ascertain the number of senators in the chamber. During the voting process, the tellers on each side will be assisted by the clerks at the table and officers from the Sergeant at Arms. I expect honorable senators to cooperate so that we conduct the voting in an orderly manner. I therefore direct that the bells be now rung, after which the votes of the honorable senators will be counted. Hello. Yeah, come in here. Order. Can we have order in the House? Order, please. Can we have order, honorable members? The motion over which the Senate shall divide is the question that the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment number 3, Bill HB 1B 2026, be now read a third time. The ayes will file to the right hand side of the chair. The noes will file to the left hand side of the chair. Each side must choose its own 2 tellers to do the counting of honorable senators voting on their side. So in this case, the noes will use this part of the House. Then the ayes will start from that entrance, that side, up to this other part. So I think we can proceed. That's choosing 2 tellers from each side. Yes, this part, the nose, this part, this other part, to my left, yes, this part, yes, those are the nose. Order, please. Later. Apa. 7-5. Five. Four. Okay. Doesn't teaching.
Yes, I'm going to
Takutangira apa ka? The tellers only. Okay. Order. Tellers on my right, please announce the results.
Madam President, 75.
Then on my left, can I have the results?
Thank
Announce
you,
the results.
Madam President. 4.
Thank you. Thank you. Order. The result of the count is that 75 honorable senators have voted in favor of the third reading of the bill and 4 have voted against the bill. Order, can we have order please? The order. The number of the affirmative votes recorded is not less than 2/3 of the membership of the Senate. I therefore declare the final votes in the Senate of the Constitution on the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 Bill HB 1B 2026 to have been in accordance with the provisions of section 3285 of the Constitution. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 Bill HB 1B 2026.
Thank you. Recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, allow me to first of all thank you for the way you steered the debate here during the last 2 days. Like I indicated in the beginning, it's very historic, the number of senators that debated. I am not sure that it will be surpassed anytime in the near future. The debate was very enriching and robust. Having said that, Madam President, ma'am, I now move that the House do now adjourn.
It has been moved that the House do now adjourn. Is there any debate? I I put the question that the House do now adjourn. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the House is adjourned. To what day, Honorable Minister?
To the 14th of July, Madam President.
The House is adjourned to the 14th of July.
There is dinner. There is dinner. Let's go for dinner. Let's go for dinner.